Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426 is worth watching, but don't have too high expectations. Yes, I welcome the crew of The Departed. A typical white North American man was being interviewed by a reporter. On the other side of the hall, several main actors were sharing interesting stories about the filming of The Departed. Wayne had already dealt with the media's questions and handed the camera to several main actors. Looking at the middle-aged white man who was desperately putting on a show in front of the media not far away, he felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Now there are countless people who regard him as a joke in the North American business circle or the rich circle. Who knows that this person will really move into that White House in the future? Yes, I'm a diehard fan of Wayne. I have never missed any of his movies. The middle-aged white man was still talking. If you only look at his performance on the surface, no one would have thought that he was a billionaire. This time, I walked into the theater as soon as possible for The Departed. Yes, it is a great gangster movie. I bet he has never seen this movie. Just as Wayne was watching the other party being interviewed with interest, Jennifer Connelly's mocking voice came from behind. This New York tycoon likes to promote himself very much. Many people know that he will never miss a chance to show off as long as he has the opportunity to face the media. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, this is a clown-like character, but Wayne is not naive to think so. This guy has experienced ups and downs in the business world, and this year he has begun to gradually exert his strength. Think about it, the other party just bought and renovated this skyscraper this year and is willing to lend it to Warner Brothers for free to hold a press conference. The purpose is definitely not just to show up in the media. The Departed is a hot topic at this time. What the other party wants is the popularity of the crew, which is equivalent to saving millions of dollars in advertising fees to promote his own building. 2 years ago, he paid off his $900 million debt, and the year before last, he operated and listed his casino. So, Nina pushed her glasses and was also curiously looking at the white billionaire. Boss, so, this person is definitely not simple, at least not as advertised in the media. This year, he not only bought and operated this building, but also is said to be planning a beauty pageant Miss Universe. Obviously, his ambition is not limited to real estate. Wayne nodded gently. In fact, he didn't want to contact the other party. This person's personality was definitely not pleasing. They were not the same kind of people at all, and there was no possibility of cooperation. He folded his hands in front of his chest, one hand gently stroking the stubble on his chin, but his mind was thinking about the other party's big-breasted daughter. I don't know how old that girl is now. He can't remember it clearly. I know. Wayne nodded, looked at Jennifer Connelly standing next to him, and pointed to the large group of reporters surrounding the 3 male protagonists. Why don't you stay over there for the interview? The woman shrugged and said distressedly, those reporters only have Chris and others in their eyes, and almost no one pays attention to me. This is indeed very embarrassing. The 3 big stars naturally attracted all the cameras, and the female protagonist completely became a small transparent. She was a very smart woman. She knew that it was better to stay with Wayne than to stay there. At least she would not lack media attention. Although he seemed to give up the center of the stage after the interview. In fact, at least more than half of the people in the hall were still paying attention to this man at any time. Don't worry, the movie has just been released. It's still early. Wayne gently patted the back of the woman's hand and comforted her. I think when we fly to the next city, you will have a headache with enthusiastic fans. He was confident about this matter. The whole movie was full of foul language, violence, and blood, and Jennifer Connelly, a beautiful woman, would be very conspicuous. As long as the audience who has seen the movie will definitely not ignore this beautiful psychiatrist, at least male fans will not ignore it. I hope so. Just as the main creative team of The Departed officially launched various promotional activities under the leadership of Wayne and began to appear frequently in the media, the film The Departed was also released on a large scale in all cities in North America starting this morning. Friday was still a working day, and the two films that opened at the same time also maintained a mediocre attendance rate. But after 5 p.m., the crowds who finished work began to meet up with friends and relatives, and poured into the cinema in large numbers. This is the hottest summer season in North America, and no movie will be truly neglected. Even Twister and The Matrix, which have been released for a while, still have fans buying tickets to watch them. The reputation of these two films is very strong. They have proved themselves. Choosing these two films, fans at least don't have to worry about watching a bad movie and being affected by their mood. Of course, more fans went to the theater to watch the new films released this week. Whether it is the typical Greenberg style The Departed or Mel Gibson's popular blockbuster Ransom Storm, they are all good choices for entertainment this weekend. At the same time, Friday night is also a watershed that widens the gap between the two films. On that night, a large number of fans booked theaters almost at the same time in various parts of North America. These large numbers of organized fans all chose The Departed. That's right. On the first day of the movie's release, Wayne's fan group walked into the cinema with anticipation. They wanted to see what their idol's last R-rated movie would look like. With a huge advantage, The Departed left Ransom far behind in terms of attendance on the first day of its release. With the attention of the media and third-party survey companies, it can be easily found that the number of fans who chose The Departed far exceeded the number of fans who chose Ransom. Yes, we just watched The Departed. It was completely dark. A large group of fans suddenly poured out of the door of a Los Angeles Emperor chain cinema. When three young people were chatting and preparing to go home, they were stopped by reporters at the door of the cinema. After being asked, the three happily accepted the interview. One of the young men in his early 20s was dressed in a suit. He should not have had time to go home to change his clothes. He was dragged to the cinema by his friends just after get off work. At this time, he was talking to the microphone held by the reporter. We all think that this film The Departed is very interesting. The dangerous situations faced by the two male protagonists, the narrative style close to reality, and the large-scale scenes that are indispensable in the film basically meet all our expectations. Before watching the film, while the young man was speaking into the microphone, the girl next to him seemed to have some other opinions and a hesitant look appeared on her face. The reporter also noticed this and immediately handed the microphone to the girl after the boy finished speaking. You seem to have some different opinions. Can you talk about your views on the film? The girl looked up and thought for a moment, then spoke into the microphone. You know, there are a lot of foul language in the film, and there are those undisguised violent scenes. I almost watched the whole film with a frown. To be honest, this film is indeed well made, but it may not suit everyone's taste. She paused and continued, if this was a work by another director, I would leave halfway without hesitation, but I'm a diehard fan of Wayne. I have watched each of his works more than once. This is the main reason why I can insist on watching it to the end. The reporter smiled and nodded to the girl. The reputation of this movie is very strange. At least it is an alternative among all of Wayne's works. He interviewed many fans today, and almost all men gave the film a high rating, while the female stars were just the opposite. He had expected this result. Just when the reporter wanted to end the interview and turn his attention to other fans, the young man who was interviewed at the beginning took the initiative to take 2 steps forward, and it was obvious that he had something to say. This is a typical Greenberg style R-rated film. Although the content is not disappointing, it does not give us too many surprises, the young man said while thinking. The reporter was not anxious to hear this. He wanted to hear what the other party wanted to say. This is just my personal opinion. I think that The Departed can be said to be the least innovative one among all the works of Wayne Greenberg, and it can even be said to be the most mediocre one. In fact, all of us are waiting for the second Batman movie. Only Bruce Wayne can once again arouse the passion of movie fans around the world. The real feelings of these ordinary moviegoers at the door of the theater are undoubtedly in line with the voices of most ordinary people. The Departed is definitely not a bad movie in the field of R-rated movies, or even in all the movies in this summer. However, there are some big and small deviations from what most moviegoers expect. In order to clearly introduce the 2 male protagonists in the first half of this film, the narrative rhythm is obviously slow, and the commercial element in the film are not dense enough. Most importantly, this film is difficult to give fans an immersive empathy like Wayne's other works. If we use the standard of a high-quality movie, The Departed undoubtedly belongs to this category. The film's advantages are very prominent. It is a film that combines all of Wayne's characteristics, and all the things that most male fans expect are reflected in the film. However, the film's shortcomings are also relatively prominent. The slow narrative in the first small part, the weak story compared to Wayne's other works, and it is not friendly enough to some female fans. The biggest shortcoming of The Departed is that it did not bring enough surprises to fans. I personally can give this movie a score of 80. That night, many similar messages appeared on IMDb, the main gathering place for Wayne fans. Most fans said that the film is worth watching, but don't have too high expectations. Chapter 427 Weekend Champion, box office not ideal. However, among the movie fans, there are almost no bad reviews for the film. Now, the most that can be said about The Departed is that it did not meet their highest expectations, but it can definitely not be said to be bad. Since the 1990s, Wayne has been able to surprise young North American moviegoers with almost every movie he made. As long as you observe carefully, you will find that his progress over the years has been great. It can be said that every movie he made has made great strides. He never lets us down and always brings us fresh surprises. But this The Departed did not give us such a big surprise at all. The main reason is that Wayne is already good enough, and the great progress that everyone expected has disappeared. He is now a top director, and all he can do is pay more attention to the details of the film to avoid the same immature techniques as in Happy Death Day. Therefore, we have reason to believe in Wayne. We believe that after the accumulation of this film, his next movie will definitely bring more surprises to everyone. Wayne needs time, and we should go to the theater to support him, so that he can make better works. Daisy saw that the situation was a bit wrong, and immediately expressed her views on IMDb to prevent more fans who have not seen the film from choosing to give up watching the film. She would never allow this situation to happen. Her response was very timely. More importantly, she has a relatively high reputation among the fan community. In the subsequent messages, more and more fans said that they would go to the theater the next day to support Wayne and watch his last R-rated film with their own eyes. However, whether the film meets the expectations of the general fans depends on who it is compared with. Compared with the popcorn Ransom Storm, which is more suitable for this period, The Departed has always had the upper hand. Whether it is in terms of attendance or the discussion of fans and the media, it has always been far ahead. The relatively mediocre box office of this film is only compared with Wayne's previous films. After earning $6.54 million in advance screenings on Thursday, it closed at $8.68 million on Friday. According to the North American theater market box office calculation rules, the box office obtained in 2 days is added together. The North American first day box office of The Departed totaled $15.22 million. This number is high enough to fully guarantee that the film won the North American box office champion on the first day of its release. On the second day of the film's large-scale release, which was the official rest day on Saturday, the increase was not that big compared to Friday, and the attendance rate increased, with a single-day box office of $15.74 million. On the last day of the rest day, under the rules of the theater market, The Departed only earned $7.45 million. Although the film had a relatively good reputation, it was not very popular at the box office. Compared with Wayne's other works in the first few years, this obviously niche film now has a box office trend that is not as Greenbergy, and there is no sign of a big explosion. This has become the focus of countless media reports for a while. The Departed was released for 3 days and earned $38.41 million in the first weekend. At the Disney headquarters building in Burbank, Michael Ovitz and Michael Eisner, two childhood friends, sat together as soon as they got to work on Monday morning and talked about work issues in recent times. Disney Emperor Michael Eisner looked at his childhood friend, and there was no friendship in his eyes. On the contrary, if you look closely, there is also some subtle disgust. The box office of the big project you led, Ransom Storm, did not meet the company's expectations. This is the worst start for Wayne Greenberg's project in recent years, and you did not seize the opportunity. The first weekend box office of Ransom Storm was only $19.47 million US, less than $20 million US. Now I'm afraid that many shareholders are seriously dissatisfied with your workability. Michael Ovitz remained silent, facing the accusations of his childhood friend. He did not want to defend himself at all. The relationship between them had already cracked, and they were destined to not stand on the same side unless he was willing to be the other party's power puppet. After about 2 minutes, he spoke up and broke the silence in the office. We still have a chance. The reason why the box office of The Departed is so much higher than that of our Ransom Storm is largely due to the scale of screening. If our film also opened in more than 3,200 theaters in North America, the box office gap would not be as big as it is now. Michael, although the professional reputation of Wayne's film is overwhelming, the fans' reputation is obviously polarized. This opening also explains a lot of problems. It's not that we don't have a chance to surpass each other. His meaning is very clear. The opening scale of the two films is very different. In addition to Wayne's performance in the past few years, the people who Disney really has the ability to fight for did not try their best, which is the main reason for the low box office of Ransom Storm. And looking at the entire Walt Disney, the person who can really make the three major theaters change their minds is Michael Eisner, who is sitting opposite him. Chairman Disney frowned and did not continue to talk about this topic. Now there are various struggles against him in the company. In fact, he didn't take Ransom Storm to heart at all. The failure of the film is also the ending he wants. This can give him an excuse to get his childhood friend out quickly. Someone needs to be held responsible for the failure of the project. Michael Eisner said bluntly without any euphemism, "Listen, if the subsequent box office of Ransom Storm still fails to meet the company's expectations and the film incurs huge losses, I will not help you make any explanations to the board of directors." Michael Ovitz chuckled, nodded, and did not say anything else. He stood up and left the chairman's office. He did not know what to do next, but he had to do something. Otherwise his tenure at this giant would probably really enter a countdown. At the same time, in the Fox building in Century City, Los Angeles, another conversation was also about the box office of The Departed. The North American box office of $38.41 million US in the first weekend may be a rare success for other directors, but for Wayne Greenberg, this number is obviously not enough. Terry, who is already one of the important executives of the distribution department, held a copy of Premiere magazine in his hand and said to Townsend Rothman, who was sitting across the desk from him, the first weekend box office of less than $40 million US set the worst opening record for Wayne Greenberg in recent years. Judging from the polarized audience reputation of The Departed, there should be no big hit in the future. Seeing that his old boss had been smoking a cigar in silence, Terry did not hesitate and continued. Many media this morning were speculating whether Wayne Greenberg had left his creative peak and entered his own trough. You know, the credibility of this statement is quite high. Even the greatest directors will go through such a process. Just treat those self-proclaimed smart media as bullshit. Townsend Rothman shook his head and showed a smile with obvious sarcasm. Even if the outside world was arguing fiercely about this box office figure, he didn't believe that the young man would enter the so-called trough period. Terry's words that he wanted to continue to say were obviously stagnant. After thinking about it, he continued, "I think it's better to be more cautious about our cooperation with Wayne Greenberg. Zack Snyder has rejected all olive branches and will start the preparations for the second part of The Matrix soon. Everything seems to have returned to the starting point." Townsend Rothman pondered for a moment and said, "Terry, unless Wayne fails more than twice in a row in superheroes, he is the most suitable producer for X-Men in Hollywood. This is indisputable. No matter what the reason is, the media has been hyping up Wayne's film box office since early Monday morning, but he knows very well that The Departed, which appeared only for the Oscars, will definitely not lose money and may even make a lot of money." When the media and insiders discussed the opening weekend box office of The Departed, they all overlooked a very important point, that is, the cost of this film. Warner Brothers has never deliberately promoted this point, but it has never concealed it. The production cost of The Departed is only about $40 million US. Even if the publicity investment is added, the maximum will not exceed $70 million US. If we look at the opening weekend box office, this film will not only not incur any losses, but also make a lot of money. Yes, this film is indeed not so commercial, and the gimmick is not as strong as Wayne's previous works, but for such an Oscar-winning film, the current start can never be said to be a failure. In Townsend Rothman's eyes, it is already as good as it can be. The reason why 20th Century Fox has not signed an agreement with the other party is that it was waiting for the performance of Universal Pictures' The Hulk before the summer season. There was no accident. Now this film is still being shown in remote areas, and it has long disappeared from mainstream theaters. Later, because of the unexpected box office success of The Matrix, they wanted to win over Zack Snyder. Now this director, who is said to have learned from Wayne's success experience, has also rejected all olive branches from the outside world and decided to continue to stay in the Warner Brothers system. Therefore, negotiations with Wayne's producers have been put on the agenda again by 20th Century Fox. The board of directors and senior management have preliminarily decided to start negotiations with agent Jimmy again, to try to reach an agreement as soon as possible to avoid other uncontrollable accidents. At this time, the media began to hype up various speculations about Wayne's unsatisfactory box office performance on a large scale. Whether this will shake the hearts of some shareholders, even Townsend Rothman is not sure now. Chapter 428, Expected $1.50 billion failure. In fact, there is another reason that Townsend Rothman cannot express in his consideration. When he had a deep conversation with Wayne on the farm, he had obviously noticed something else. You know, the relationship between DC Comics and Marvel Comics has never been as hostile as comic fans imagine, at least not enemies in the eyes of ordinary people. Now the leader of DC Comics film and television adaptation is Wayne, and 20th Century Fox holds a large number of copyrights of Marvel Comics superheroes. Although it is a bit early to consider these now, who knows whether the grand scene of the Justice League fighting the Avengers will appear on the big screen in another 10 or 8 years. With the current situation, Townsend Rothman is sure that Wayne must have ambitions for the X-Men series and the Fantastic Four series. When 20th Century Fox really succeeds in superheroes, it is not impossible for them to interact with DC. More importantly, he has long obtained a piece of news that is still ignored through his own channels. This information confirms many of his speculations. Terry, no one knows how many copyrights Wayne has. Townsend Rothman suddenly whispered, but he has Iron Man and Black Widow in his hands, which he bought from Marvel Comics through his agent. Terry frowned, not quite understanding the meaning of his old boss's mention of this topic. The other party's acquisition of copyrights from Marvel Comics should have almost no connection with him. So he asked tentatively, these two are just second and third tier characters. What use can he get from buying them? As we all know, the advantage of shooting superhero movies is that the protagonists of the movies themselves are very popular. Countless ordinary movie fans have grown up watching these superhero comics since childhood, and emotions play a huge role in them. Since Tim Burton and Wayne successfully brought DC characters to the big screen, Hollywood production companies have also discovered the business opportunities here, but everyone's goal is very consistent. That is, those super first-line or first-line character copyrights, naturally world-renowned and familiar to everyone. Only such superheroes can maximize their popularity. Those second and third tier characters are not as well known and appealing as they are. This is also the reason why Wayne could quietly buy the film and television rights of these two characters, because now the major production companies don't care about similar copyrights at all. When the success rate of the film and television adaptation of first-line heroes is not that high, naturally no one will care about the second and third-line little transparent ones. Townsend Rothman sighed and decided not to explain this topic. He waved his hand and ended the conversation in advance. In his heart, he suddenly felt that he might be the person who understood Wayne the most. After Terry left the office with doubts, he walked out from behind the desk and came to the window to look in the direction of Warner Brothers. At this time, he felt that he was extremely jealous of Jeff Robinov. Before Wayne appeared, the six majors had always stood at the same starting line. Although there were occasional fluctuations in performance of any company, there was no situation where any company had been suppressing the other five. but since the 1990s, Warner Bros. Has completely secured its position as the top Hollywood production company in terms of movie box office and revenue performance. The turning point was Wayne's joining. Not only did his works with a very personal style frequently sell well in the cinema market, but he also took the lead in turning his attention to the film and television adaptation of comic characters, making the niche movie genre of superheroes a genre with profitability that is no less than that of animated feature films in his hands. Now an embarrassing situation has emerged. Only Warner Bros. Truly has such a new genre with an infinitely broad market. Through the Hulk, it has been preliminarily proved that the superhero movie genre is still a niche choice with high investment and high risk in the hands of other directors except Wayne. What makes Townsend Rothman most disgusting is that this genius who may lead another revolution in Hollywood was once sent to his competitors by him from 20th Century Fox. However, there is also good news. 20th Century Fox is likely to be the second company to board the superhero train except Warner Bros. The superhero copyrights in their hands can be said to be the most complete and most systematic except Warner Bros., which owns the complete DC Comics. Of course, all this requires a successful start, and the person who holds the key to a successful start is undoubtedly Wayne Greenberg. Townsend Rothman has been working in this circle for most of his life and has met almost all kinds of people. So just from the conversation with the young man, he observed that the other party coveted his copyright. There is nothing wrong with the fact that the series such as X-Men and Fantastic Four are great treasures, but it also depends on who is in charge. Both parties know it well. 20th Century Fox wants to use Wayne to start its own super revenue series, and Wayne, driven by greed, wants to share a piece of the huge profits. The other party's vision is undoubtedly long-term. Now that Marvel Comics has been torn apart, naturally no matter how brilliant DC is, no company can imitate it. What Townsend Rothman appreciates most is Wayne's action to acquire the copyright of Iron Man and Black Widow. In short, he cut off the rise of Marvel superheroes, and there are more benefits at a deeper level. All the superheroes of 20th Century Fox come from Marvel Comics. If their film and television adaptations are a huge success, the copyright of these two characters in the hands of the other party will have a lot of actions to take. As long as the copyrights of these two heroes are in his hands, Wayne can always be in a state of free advance and retreat. If these two second-tier heroes are given to other directors, there may be almost no waves, but in his hands, who can guarantee that he will not make a hit? X-Men can adapt successful characters one by one, put them on the big screen one by one, and finally create a big crisis for the world, so that the heroes who have already appeared can unite on the big screen to save the world. Wayne, I have to say, you are a genius. As Townsend Rothman talked to himself, he seemed to have seen the future giant DC rising step by step, and as the parent company of DC Comics, Warner Bros. Will also have a market of more than 10 billion. Now the route taken by DC is extremely clear, and anyone can imitate it. In fact, the only company that can simply imitate it in Hollywood is 20th Century Fox, but they dare not act rashly without certainty. As for Marvel, which is the same size as DC Comics, it has been struggling to survive by selling its sons for many years. Even the last two heroes with greater popularity in its hands were poached by Wayne in advance. The situation is now very clear. Townsend Rothman predicts that in at least 10 years, Wayne will be the only leader in the superhero genre that can make countless profits. Even now, they are actually copying each other's homework in speculation for their own plans such as X-Men. When he thought of this, he understood why the other party would compete for the little golden man this year, because the young director's eyes may have seen 5 or 8 years later. With such a huge plan in execution, there is definitely no time to chase the Oscar. Wayne's greed and the act of buying the copyrights of the two heroes, in Townsend Rothman's view, are opportunities for 20th Century Fox to intervene in this market in advance. The profits made by Warner Bros. On Batman Begins are really too enviable. He secretly made up his mind not to let anyone destroy this ticket. Has Wayne Greenberg run out of talent? Or did he fail accidentally? For this summer season, the film that movie fans are most looking forward to is undoubtedly Wayne Greenberg's new work The Departed. But this gangster film with 3 big cast members seemed to be a dud as soon as it entered the theater market last weekend. The opening box office of $38.41 million in the first weekend was Wayne Greenberg's worst first weekend box office except for his graduation film Happy Death Day. The excessive use of foul language, violence, blood and other elements throughout the film are definitely the main factors that movie fans have to consider when buying movie tickets. Compared with Wayne Greenberg's previous works, The Departed is star-studded. The participation of Batman Christian Bale, Brad Pitt, and veteran actor Jack Nicholson did not successfully save the weekend box office of this film. The latest forecast reports released by several third-party forecasting companies show that the total North American box office of The Departed will never exceed $150 million, and the global box office will not exceed $400 million due to the influence of the North American theater market. This may be a Waterloo for Wayne Greenberg, or the starting point for the decline of his directorial career. Snap, this Hollywood daily entertainment was slammed on the table by Naomi Watts, and the little guy in the stroller next to it was also frightened by the sudden violent behavior of his mother, and cried out wow. Hey, don't care about those media reports. An absolutely surprising woman sat next to Naomi Watts, also flipping through the newspaper in her hands. Look, even little Fendi is scared by your current appearance. Shit, a bunch of idiot reporters. F***K. The Australian actress spit out a lot of swear words without any scruples, angrily looking at the tall and fair woman next to her, and asked, Nicole, now that the North American box office is close to $40 million in the first week, and the total box office is expected to be $150 million, is this already a failure? Oh my god. Chapter 429, Putting the Cart Before the Horse. The various speculations about Wayne in the media have seriously affected Naomi Watts' good mood. No one knows why. There have been a lot of reports about the box office failure of The Departed in the media. Although all this seems like a huge joke in the eyes of the Australian actress, judging from the various speculations published on the dozen newspapers on the table, similar statements are obviously very popular. This morning, Nicole Kidman's unexpected visit undoubtedly made Naomi Watts in a good mood. This former Australian actress in Hollywood has actually been surpassed by her latecomer in terms of both status and popularity. In Naomi Watts' view, this should be a party that should make her extremely proud. She not only showed her little princess to the other party, but also showed off the career plan that Wayne made for her. From the seemingly enthusiastic chat between the two besties, she not only revealed that she was the heroine of Batman's second film, but also gave enough signals to let the other party clearly understand that Wayne has prepared other big buddy heroines for her. However, all these invisible and looming boasting stopped at this moment on those annoying reports in the media. Damn it, Wayne used $40 million to invest, and in the first weekend of the film's release, he reaped a box office result close to the production cost in the theater market. Naomi Watts' voice was full of disbelief. While holding little Fendi in her arms to comfort her, she said helplessly, such an obvious success was reported as a dud at the box office. Are they all blind? Although the woman was trying her best to express her indignation at the media reports in both her voice and expression, all this was still full of naked boasting in Nicole Kidman's eyes. Think about it, the so-called worst opening performance of the man in recent years was actually something that an ordinary commercial director might not be able to achieve in his lifetime. No one would feel comfortable hearing this. Don't care about the media reports, Nami. Nicole Kidman took a deep look at the child in the other's arms and quickly moved her eyes away without leaving a trace. Comforting. Everyone knows that the main goal of The Departed is for the Oscars, so there is no need to care about the speculation of the media. They can't affect the professional rating of the film. Yes, although she was inadvertently comforting the other, her eyes kept sweeping over the child. In Nicole Kidman's eyes, the reason why Wayne was willing to arrange everything for his best friend was because of this child. At this time, her mind was constantly turning, wondering whether she should also have a child. Perhaps this could change her position in the heart of her superstar husband. Compared to everything this best friend has gained now, she obviously paid more for Tom Cruise, and was asked to change her beliefs, not to spend the night outside, not to talk about anything about KX religion in public, and so on. Now she has begun to doubt whether her efforts are correct. Yes, becoming Mrs. Cruz has made her accepted by Hollywood. Even in the first year of their marriage, all the red carpets in Hollywood were contracted by the couple, gaining unparalleled exposure. However, things did not develop as smoothly as expected. A few years have passed, and in the eyes of the public and all the media, she is still the beautiful and charming Mrs. Cruz, and her career has not improved much. Yes, professional reputation is obviously more important to Wayne. Naomi Watts did not notice the other party's absent-mindedness. After coaxing the child to be quiet, she put it back in the stroller and picked up a newspaper again. The two chatted casually about their lives in Australia while looking at the newspaper again. The camera language of The Departed is quite similar to that of The Godfather, and in a sense, it even surpasses the latter in terms of realism. But compared to Francis Ford Coppola's control over The Godfather, The Departed, also a gangster film, is obviously much rougher. Rather than saying that this is a work that pursues art, I would rather regard it as a low-quality version of summer popcorn. Director Wayne Greenberg is obviously used to shooting commercial films and has forgotten how to use his artistic talent. Just from Get Out and Joker, we can see that he can bring out the humanity and social attributes of a subject to the fullest in the lens that tells the story. But in The Departed, these elements that can warn the world are all glossed over by Wayne Greenberg. This is obviously a sign that he has completely lost himself in his success. He has forgotten that large-scale shots, foul language, violence and other elements all exist to serve the film. Now in this film, more of these uncomfortable things are flaunted, which can be said to be completely putting the cart before the horse. The shots of human nature and social attributes that should be explored in depth were glossed over, and more space was given to the meaningless large-scale flaunting and the handsome faces of the two male actors. It can be said that Wayne Greenberg destroyed a series that could have been a classic with his own hands. Why didn't he just give up all the preparations and directly shoot violence, blood and foul language? This The Departed is simply a failed attempt for Wayne Greenberg. Perhaps for him, movies don't need a storyline at all, just those superficial flauntings are enough. Roger Ebert, Chicago Sun-Times. When this long film review appeared in front of Naomi Watts, she immediately noticed something was wrong. At a time when countless film critics were praising The Departed, this Pulitzer Prize winner among film critics would go against the trend, which was obviously not in line with common sense. Today, there have indeed been a lot of groundless speculations about Wayne in various media, but no authoritative media has participated in it, and these reports only talk about the box office, and almost no one said that there were problems with the film itself. I'm sorry, Nicole. Naomi Watts' face remained unchanged. She turned her head and looked at her best friend who rarely came to visit her, and said, "I have to call Wayne and talk to him about the child." At this point, she pointed to Fendi, raised her hand, and made a phone gesture, and her face showed apology at the same time. "It's okay, you go first." Nicole Kidman nodded generously, then picked up her handbag, stood up, and waved to her. "I'm going to go back first. You can come and get together when you have time. I still need to ask you some questions about children." "Okay." Naomi Watts was still frowning and thinking for a while after Nicole Kidman left. Obviously, the appearance of this film review made her smell something abnormal. The North American summer season can be said to be the season with the lowest presence of film critics. Especially in the past 2 years, the film critics themselves should have realized this problem. So no matter what, as long as they are under the public relations of the production company, they will try their best to say good things about the film. Everyone knows that if they don't do this, it won't take a few years for the production company to give up public relations for their group. At least they will be abandoned in the summer season with the least influence. She was not sure whether Warner Brothers had done public relations for this film critic leader, but even if Roger Ebert, who was far away in Chicago, was not invited this time, he would inevitably be done public relations when the awards season came. There was no need for such full-throated criticism. When Naomi Watts called for the second time, the other end finally picked up the phone. Just as she imagined, a sleepy voice came from the phone. "What happened, Naomi? The boss just fell asleep for a while. Do you want to wake him up?" "No, the same as what I said to you." After Nina listened to her story in silence, she did not hang up the phone in a hurry. She asked about other media reports and asked her to check the name of the newspaper. Not long after, the assistant's voice sounded again. Listen, Naomi, don't pay attention to these strange voices. I bet that these voices will disappear completely in a week at most. As for the Pulitzer Prize winner, I will talk to the boss. Okay, I understand. Naomi, what's new? How powerful the woman with an ordinary appearance and figure on the other end of the phone was. Since the other party let her feel relieved, there was no need for her to continue to be annoyed by these reports. It was obvious that Nina had made the judgment closest to the facts. This was Disney or Michael Ovitz's unwilling counterattack. As we all know, Roger Ebert has a very well-known TV program on Disney Channel called Watching Movies with Ebert. This program is equivalent to a kind of authority among the group of older movie fans. Some people even only watch the movies recommended in the program. Compared with other companies, the relationship between the other party and Disney is much closer. It is not incomprehensible that the public relations said some criticisms of The Departed itself. After all, everyone in the circle knows what kind of people movie critics are in private. Nina is not sure whether this is the other party's last means to win the box office, but the other party can hardly find a better way except this means. It can't let its big production be pressed to the ground by a gangster movie that is obviously rushing for awards, right? 6 hours later, when Nina told Wayne, who had just woken up, about the various media reports and her own analysis, he had the same attitude. Now is the critical moment of publicity. Various activities are so intensive that he doesn't have enough time to sleep. He has no intention of taking these little tricks to heart. The second stop for the core creative team of the crew was Boston, where the story of the film took place. The fans here are much more enthusiastic than those in New York. It may also be that as time goes by, after the first weekend, the number of moviegoers increases, and the enthusiasm of fans becomes higher and higher. Chapter 430, to consecutive championships, the outbreak of Independence Day. Although the box office of The Departed did not explode, it only made $38.41 million in more than 3,200 theaters in the first weekend. However, no matter how much speculation about Wayne appeared in the media, it could not stop the Theater Alliance from maintaining the scale of screening of The Departed. So naturally, starting from Monday, the number of theaters showing The Departed in North America remained at around 3,200. The various news in the media did not affect the theater company's confidence in Wayne. The reason is very simple. The box office of The Departed did not explode, but the box office trend was extremely stable. Another point that cannot be ignored is that it is now mid to late June in North America, and a large number of big productions should have been released in a cluster. Because of Wayne's random operation, all small and medium-sized production companies have avoided this time point. No one wants to become a victim of the collision of big companies. The current situation is rather awkward. The main movies occupying the North American cinema market, in addition to Wayne's The Departed, a twister with a healthy box office performance, The Matrix, which maintains a screening scale of 1,300 theaters, and Ransom Storm, produced by Disney and distributed by Bowen International. In the current situation, even if the theater company reduces the screening scale of The Departed, there is no place to give it, because among these films currently being released, The Departed is already the most anticipated. All of this has created a weird trend in the cinema market. It can be said that until the end of June, when 20th Century Fox's Independence Day and Universal Pictures' Nutty Professor were released, the first 2 months of the entire summer season were completely controlled by Warner Brothers. Regardless of luck or other factors, the fact has already evolved into this. Now all Hollywood production companies are staring at Warner Brothers with jealous eyes, staring at them. No one wants to see a monopoly, but no one can stop Warner Brothers. Anyone in the industry believes that all this is just the result of Warner Brothers' good luck after letting Wayne go crazy. The tastes of moviegoers are always changing, and no one can predict whether a movie will be successful before it is released. However, starting from Monday, the box office trend of The Departed inevitably showed a downward trend. It only received $3.47 million on Monday. Tuesday ushered in the traditional discount day of the North American theater market, and the box office rebounded to $4.87 million. On Wednesday, it fell again to $3.39 million, and on Thursday, it continued to fall to $3.31 million. In 4 working days, The Departed closed at a total of $15.04 million in North America. The film was released in North America for a full week, with a total box office of more than $50 million in 7 days, and a total box office of $53.45 million. This number can only be said to be not disappointing, but it is definitely not a surprise. At the same time, the Disney blockbuster Ansem Storm, which was released on the same weekend as The Departed, was squeezed by many Warner Bros. Films, and the cumulative box office in the past week was only $29.97 million. It seems that what Nina said is happening. After finding out that the film has no hope of turning around, all kinds of discussions about Wayne in the media suddenly disappeared when the second weekend came. Only some gossip tabloids that spontaneously chase the popularity are still following up the hype. In the second weekend, there was almost no eye-catching change in the North American theater market. The Departed also had no heavyweight competitors. The film continued to harvest box office steadily with its mediocre rhythm. It is worth mentioning that after a week of release, this film is still the best single theater box office among all the released films. Warner Bros. Will naturally not miss this opportunity. With the hard communication of the distribution department, the theater company still maintains more than 3,000 theaters and has not reduced its screening scale. In the 3 days of the second weekend, The Departed started to rebound strongly at the box office on Friday with a super large screening scale, closing at $6.71 million on the same day, and rose again on Saturday, earning $9.12 million. Because the next day was a working day, it inevitably fell to $6.19 million on Sunday. It can be said that the good box office performance is due to the appeal of Wayne and the 3 leading actors, who attract passers-by and fans to the cinema anytime and anywhere. More importantly, the scale of screening has not been reduced compared to the first weekend of release. 10 days after the release of The Departed, the North American box office reached $75.47 million, and it won the North American summer box office for 2 consecutive years without any suspense. Because the film aims at the Academy Awards, all the behind-the-scenes workers such as the director and the leading actors have taken a pay cut to join the film, and the film cost is only about $40 million. The publicity and distribution costs about half of the production cost, about $20 million. It can be said that the box office revenue from the release of the film has exceeded the production cost line. This is very important. Fans and the media may not care about this, but the production company looks at this number. Now the film has just been released in North America for 10 days. After this week, it will appear in dozens of countries and regions overseas. This shows that The Departed, even if other income is not calculated, can recover all the investment by box office alone. If the film performs well in the overseas theater market, it may even make a considerable profit. At the same time, after the second weekend of the film's release, major third-party forecasting companies in North America have readjusted their published data. Many forecasting companies said that the previously released data was too conservative, and the North American box office of The Departed is likely to exceed $150 million. At the same time, even the bookmakers in Las Vegas have lowered the odds that the film will reach $150 million in North America and $400 million worldwide. A small number of companies with a keen sense of smell simply stopped betting on the North American box office forecast and only retained the global box office forecast channel. Anyone in the industry knows that the biggest difference between this film and Wayne's previous works is that the commercial attributes are not so strong, but this is both a bad thing and also brings a good side to the film. Generally speaking, for award-winning works like this with a strong box office trend, theater companies and production companies will tacitly maintain a certain screening scale and maintain an extra long screening time in order to thoroughly squeeze out all the box office potential of the film while preparing for the award season. Therefore, The Departed is destined to stay in the theater market for a long time, until the arrival of the Oscars in March next year. This also creates more box office for the film and provides sufficient convenient conditions In fact, even most media have discovered that, although this film has not been a big hit at the box office, it is definitely not a bad film. It is loved to death by some groups, and some audiences cannot accept it. If it were another director, this would definitely be a highlight of this summer's movie season, but Wayne's past is too brilliant, and the media and movie fans are used to it. His films have been a big hit at the box office, as soon as they are released, causing a nationwide viewing craze. When the second weekend passed, in the next 4 working days, the film still maintained a healthy decline, earning $2.61 million, $2.75 million, $2.55 million, and $2.45 million in 4 days, a total of $10.36 million. Just when Wayne led the main creative team of the crew and boarded the flight to the British Isles, the North American box office of The Departed had reached $85.83 million. Next, the film will land in various European regions, led by the British Isles, this weekend and begin its overseas journey. When Wayne led the crew to London, the North American cinema market finally ushered in a major reshuffle, and Warner Bros. Temporarily withdrew from the stage. On June 28, 1996, Independence Day, which was decided to be released a week in advance, and The Nutty Professor, another ambitious work of Universal Pictures, were released at the same time with a screening scale of more than 2,800 theaters. On the day of the large-scale opening of the 2 films on Friday, they ended with an ending that shocked everyone. Independence Day crushed The Nutty Professor at the beginning, and even 20th Century Fox probably didn't expect such a result. This market-making work of Roland Emmerich, with its unparalleled box office trend, raked in $502.28 million in the first 3 days of the first weekend, and the box office was higher day by day. Amid the exclamations of the media, it took away the box office champion of this weekend from The Departed. On the other hand, Universal Pictures' ambitious film The Nutty Professor only earned $25.65 million, far less than expected, in its first weekend, because it was jointly excluded by Warner Bros. And 20th Century Fox. If anyone is the one who has made the most money in this film, it is undoubtedly Will Smith, which has made him, who already has a good box office appeal, a darling of North America within a few days. Maybe he can't be compared with Denzel Washington in terms of professional awards now, but in terms of market appeal, Will Smith has completely surpassed him. With the box office performance of Independence Day, he has undoubtedly entered the first tier. In the subsequent promotional activities, this African-American movie star, whose likability makes people ignore his skin color, mentioned Wayne frequently, uncharacteristically, and unabashedly supported his new film The Departed. He admitted more than once in public to reporters that the reason why he was able to develop so smoothly in Hollywood was inseparable from Wayne's support and invitation in 1991. You know, Wayne Greenberg is a great director, there is no doubt about that. Of course, I have always been grateful for his support. A few years ago, I was still an unknown hip-hop singer. He was the first to accept my skin color and gave me a precious opportunity. Therefore, Wayne is my best brother in life, and I will support him at all times. Chapter 431, Box Office Ceiling for Filming Type Restrictions. I'm afraid no one would have thought that Will Smith's words would have more and more influence as the box office of Independence Day went up. His unreserved support for Wayne made the box office of The Departed, which had been reduced to 1,900 theaters, rise again for a few days. In the third week of the film's release, a large number of viewers had already cast their eyes on Independence Day, which was creating a brilliant film. The Departed only earned $10.28 million. Who knew that, because of Will Smith's appeals to fans on different occasions, it actually earned another $12.35 million in the fourth week. It was not until then that the media realized and reported that the North American box office of The Departed had successfully exceeded $100 million. In the 4 weeks of North American release, the cumulative box office was $108.46 million, which is definitely a success for an R-rated gangster film. You know, the screening period of this film will last for a long time, and no one knows what the final box office figures of the film will be in the super long screening period. The film's box office of over $100 million includes Wayne's accumulated box office appeal over the years and the trust of fans. Although the fan's reputation is severely polarized, such box office figures can fully guarantee that Warner Bros. And him will reap a considerable profit. After the fourth week, the Theater Alliance once again adjusted the scale of theaters for the screening of The Departed, retaining only 1,750 theaters on important roads in major cities. The rest of the screening resources were almost all given to Independence Day. Even a full notes that this science fiction film starring black people has a market potential that is so high that people dare not guess. It is likely to surpass the current annual box office champion Twister with an incomparable advantage. Just as people imagined, Independence Day completely occupied the entire July. In 4 weeks, it rushed around and earned more than $250 million in North America, and the box office decline was extremely healthy. The media exclaimed that after Joker, Jurassic Park and Forrest Gump, another movie with a North American box office of over $300 million is coming. Time gradually came to the end of July under the rule of Independence Day. The publicity team led by Wayne rushed back to Los Angeles. After a simple farewell to the tired crew members, he did not rest. The next day, he appeared at the premiere of A Time to Kill. This film, directed by Joel Schumacher and starring Samuel Jackson, Kevin Spacey, Matthew McConaughey and Sandra Bullock, can be said to be star-studded. Wayne's unexpected appearance also attracted a lot of media attention to the film. This is the last large-scale production of Warner Bros. In this summer. Wayne has always felt that things should be done from beginning to end, so he rushed back to Los Angeles to support the film the day before the premiere of A Time to Kill. A pure black extended version of Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of the red carpet at the entrance of the Shrine Theater in Los Angeles. The car attracted the attention of countless people, and even the reporters crowded in the media area on one side looked at the car curiously. This is a car that has never appeared on the market. Everyone knows the noble brand of Rolls-Royce, but this huge car model has appeared in public for the first time. Yes, this is the latest generation of Rolls-Royce Phantom. Only 6 of this car have been produced in the world, 4 of which have been delivered to the Brunei government. The remaining 2 were just airlifted from the UK to Los Angeles a few days ago and delivered to the housekeeper Heller after inspection. Compared with the Rolls-Royce Silverthorne that has been riding for several years, this Phantom is much larger both inside and outside. After all, it is a rare product produced in the same batch as the Brunei royal family, and its comfort and safety level are very guaranteed. When Wayne opened the door and got out of the car, he instantly caused countless fans to scream, and the flashlights in the media area also flashed non-stop. When Jennifer Connelly, wearing a black evening dress, took Wayne's arm and walked on the red carpet together, walking towards the entrance of the theater, a low cry came from the media area. No one expected that this time his female companion was not Naomi Watts, but the heroine of his new film. This instantly made everyone excited. The hype of Wayne's rumored girlfriends has always been a topic that the media likes to talk about. What happened between this Hollywood director and those women has always had a good market among the movie fans. As one of the Hollywood directors, the reporters waiting in the media area were shining. Of course, it was not so easy for him to enter the theater. After the 2 signed, they were instantly surrounded by a group of media reporters, and more than a dozen recorders and microphones appeared in front of them at the same time. Ms. Connery, are you dating Wayne? What is your relationship now? A female reporter couldn't wait to ask her question. Surprisingly, the person being asked was not Wayne, but Jennifer Connery, who was radiant beside him. The woman knew very well the consequences of her careless words, so she looked at the tall man next to her at the first time. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she said to the microphone with a smile, "No, we are not dating, we are just good friends." But Jennifer Connery shrugged at the reporter and winked playfully. As we all know, it's hard for a girl not to be attracted to a man like Wayne. In fact, I've always liked him very much and wanted to pursue him, but this doesn't affect our friendship, right? Her answer made the reporters excited. When they were about to dig deeper into the topic, Wayne took a microphone and said directly, "Hey, guys, if you continue to ask questions that are not related to the movie, then I'm leaving now." Everyone knew that he didn't like the media and didn't like to be in the limelight, so the reporters gave up the idea of gossiping. Otherwise the young director would probably turn around and leave without hesitation. Joe is a very good director. Samuel and I have also worked together. Of course, other actors have also proved their strength. Without waiting for the reporters to ask questions, he expressed his views to the microphone. He came back specially to promote the film, so of course he would not be stingy with his praise. Believe me, this is a great masterpiece. The film is full of humanity and law, and it teaches people to delve into emotion and reason, law, and humanity. In the film, Joe fully discussed the law and humanity, and to what extent the law and emotion should be. These are issues that still need to be weighed and considered in the current legal system. Wayne. The reporter obviously did not want to get such a boring answer. After he finished speaking, a reporter immediately asked, along with The Time to Kill, there is also From Dusk Till Dawn, which premiered. The director of this film, Robert Rodriguez, is said to be a die-hard fan of yours. His own talent is also called Little Greenberg by many people. Can you talk about what you think of this film? I'm sorry, I haven't seen this movie. Wayne shook his head without hesitation and said, if I have time, I'll go to the theater and watch it. After that, without waiting for the reporter to continue asking questions, he put his arm around Jennifer Connelly, who was trying hard to smile, and turned around, and walked out of the media area, and walked towards the entrance of the Temple Theater. After all, this was not the premiere of his movie. He had just noticed that Sandra Bullock had already walked on the red carpet. There was no need for him to occupy the media area. It was not his intention to steal the show. Sorry, honey. Before entering the theater, Jennifer Connelly showed a pitiful look and leaned on his shoulder and whispered, I didn't mean to say those words. You know how much I love you. Whenever I talk about you, I can't help myself. I understand. Wayne was shocked by this Oscar-level performance. He tried to restrain the B***H that was about to blurt out and replied hoarsely, Jennifer, I'm a pretty good director, so don't show off your immature acting skills to me. The reason why he took this woman to the red carpet today was entirely because she had performed well enough in the promotion for more than a month. Since he had already agreed to this woman's request, Wayne would not deny it. Even if he was in bed with her, he was controlled by his little head to agree. Of course he understood the woman's thoughts. She just wanted more exposure. These things were not a problem in his eyes, but treating him as a fool was a problem. I've heard of that Robert Rodriguez. The woman rolled her eyes, hugged his arm tightly, and immediately changed the subject. Many people say he is a genius. His shooting style is similar to yours. After the preview of From Dusk Till Dawn, many media called him Little Greenberg. I heard that he is indeed your die-hard fan. It's strange. Is it interesting to be the second to someone else? Wayne shook his head and took her to the second floor of the theater while chatting casually. The last person who was called that by the media was Quentin Tarantino in that movie. Does every director who likes to make cult films have to be called that? Others don't know, but Wayne knows very well. Since he chose to make cult films, it means that he has actively chosen the niche market. Such directors are indeed very ambitious, but it is difficult for them to create miracles at the box office. The reason why he succeeded in this path was mainly because he carried the memory of his previous life in his mind, and he only selected the most successful ones from all the successful movies in the next 20 years. The secondary reason was because he studied hard since childhood in this life and kept absorbing everything about filmmaking. First of all, his unremitting self-disciplined learning since childhood allowed him to transform from a movie lover to a reserve director with a rich knowledge reserve. Then he used the knowledge he learned to shoot works that have been tested by the market and have achieved great success, which gave him everything he has now. He never thought that he was a genius. If we only talk about brains, his assistant Miss Nina can leave him behind by 18 streets. Therefore, unless you have the same conditions as him, it is difficult to copy another Greenberg. Some people are indeed born geniuses, including Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino, but the choice of shooting style does limit their upper limit in the theater market. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432. Hey, sweetheart, Do you want to join us? Wayne took Jennifer Connelly to the second floor of the theater to meet Nina, who was waiting. Without any stop to greet, they entered the screening room in a low-key manner and waited for the movie to officially start. Although there were countless people along the way who kept asking about his new film, this was someone else's premiere after all. Wayne just glossed over it and sat down with the two women under the guidance of the staff in the reserved viewing seats. All he could feel now was the fatigue brought by the constant flying, and he had no interest in socializing at all. What was unexpected was that a hot American girl walked directly to this position. After asking the staff, "Hi, I just looked for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to come down early." While the woman was speaking, she glanced at Jennifer Connelly, who was sitting next to Wayne, and greeted her familiarly while sitting in the seat that Nina took the initiative to give up. "Hi, Angie." He didn't understand how the other party got the news and came to him when he just came back, but the purpose of this hot girl could still be guessed. "Long time no see, you look so beautiful tonight." "Thank you." Angelina Jolie smiled charmingly when she heard his compliment. Her big lively eyes were full of watery light when she looked at him. The woman next to him was still in her best age. With her tall stature, a black low-cut tight-fitting evening dress could not cover her hot body at all. Especially the two amazing white peaks, the slender waist and round buttocks, formed a proportion that would make a man's blood boil at a glance. This is a typical American girl, whether in terms of the explosive degree of her figure or her unrestrained personality. If you ignore the slightly tough face, this woman is a complete mixture of Eastern and Western aesthetics. Wayne couldn't help but look around the woman's sexy body and immediately recalled in his mind the hotness and madness of the woman on the bed a few months ago. After Angelina Jolie noticed the man's aggressive gaze, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She had seen similar looks many times, which was the best silent compliment to her charm. As long as she had contact with this man, she would know that there was a rude and wild beast locked in his heart. Now what she wanted to do was very simple, that is, to release the wild beast herself. "Honey, it's been so long." The woman stared at the man while speaking and deliberately stretched out her tongue to lick his plump lips. "I've been waiting for your call, and I thought you forgot about me." Wayne shrugged exaggeratedly and said without hesitation, "Hey, how could it be possible? You are so wild and charming. You know, I'm really too busy during this period." This was like an excellent drama, at least in Nina's eyes. She looked at Jennifer Connelly on the side with interest, wondering how this woman would stop what was going to happen next. With the assistant's understanding of her boss, if nothing unexpected happened, Wayne would definitely be able to get rid of Jennifer Connelly and couldn't wait to find a room with Angelina Jolie for a big fight. In his eyes, there was almost no difference between these women. He would only treat them as toys to please himself, so he would change his taste occasionally. The mother of the child at home always pretended not to notice. "Dear." Angelina Jolie rolled her eyes slightly, leaned forward, leaned on Wayne's shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Then why are we wasting time here? I remember that you have been interviewed, right? Is the party after the premiere more attractive to you than me?" When these words came into Wayne's ears, he suddenly felt the rapid rise in his body temperature. The most irresistible thing was that after the woman finished speaking, she stretched out her tongue and licked his ear gently. No man could refuse such an invitation. Wayne's face immediately flashed with a thoughtful look, and then he showed a playful smile and looked up at the assistant. "Nina, find a car to go back by yourself." In the eyes of the assistant, Wayne stood up from the chair without hesitation. It was not until then that he realized that there was another woman beside him. Jennifer Connelly's face was extremely ugly at this time. She sadly understood one thing, that she was ignored again, and that she had tried to please the other party in all aspects for more than a month, but it seemed that the effect was not as great as she imagined. "Hey, sweetheart." Angelina, the assistant, slightly raised her chest and head, revealing her proud bomb figure and extremely sexy and plump lips. Although her voice was small, it was full of provocation. Hearing this, Wayne suddenly remembered a few crazy threesomes. He immediately stopped his actions and cast his eyes on the woman, who was still sitting in the seat. Although he seemed to have no expression on the surface, he was actually looking forward to it in his heart. Jennifer Connelly bit her lips hard and spat B****H in her heart. On the surface, she looked submissive. She took the initiative to stand up and hugged one of Wayne's arms, just like when she came. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Nina couldn't help rolling her eyes again, staring at her boss hugging the waists of two beauties with different figures, leaving the screening room before the audience began to enter, and then a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Everyone is fighting for their own career and future. She can certainly understand the actions of the two women. She knows very well that, if it weren't for her own accident, she would have come to Wayne right after graduation. With her ordinary figure and face, it would be impossible for her to take a similar shortcut. There are too many smart people in the world, and how many of them may succeed? When Nina began to take over everything about Wayne's finances, investments, etc., she knew that this was her only chance to realize her self-worth. She felt that she was lucky. It was just that in another way, while realizing her self-worth, she also gained wealth and respect. Although she was just a close assistant, in the eyes of people in the circle, the name Nina Clean was almost equivalent to Pat Kingsley beside Tom Cruise. Compared with everything she has gained now, the things she has lost, such as freedom, vacation, and privacy, are naturally not worth mentioning. If you want to gain, you must first pay. Nina has always remembered this sentence deeply in her mind. The most important thing that the assistant lady paid was her own destiny. When she tacitly took over everything around Wayne, it showed that her destiny was inevitably tied to the other party. So in the hearts of both of them, they knew that she was the person Wayne trusted most besides his parents. Nina smiled and shook her head. She didn't want to stay here any longer. She was not a die-hard fan, and was not so interested in the upcoming premiere. She waved to call a staff member, told the other party that she needed a car, and then got up and walked to the back door of the theater with a mutter. "Women, you have worked hard to pay. I don't know if the reward you get will satisfy you." The three people who drove ahead of her also ran to the back door of the theater, attracting countless eyes along the way. Wayne didn't care about other people's opinions at all. Anyway, all of North America knew that he was a playboy. He didn't care about giving fans more gossip after dinner. The two women he embraced didn't seem to care about the hidden gazes around them. Angelina Jolie smiled like a victorious general. She leaned over to his ear and asked, "Go to my place." Wayne shook his head gently. "I have a suite at the Four Seasons Hotel, long term." After leaving the back door of the theater, the three of them quickly climbed into the car, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove steadily towards the Beverly Four Seasons Hotel. Not long after the car drove out, the baffle between the driver's seat and the car compartment was knocked twice, and Sergio's frowning face was revealed after it was opened. He asked calmly, as if he didn't see the disheveled woman, "Boss, there are two little tails behind us. They are probably paparazzi who are looking for excitement. Do you want me to warn them? Don't worry about them." After saying that, Wayne couldn't wait to pull up the baffle and put his head together again. Sometimes, men really need to indulge themselves madly and completely. This is definitely the most effective recovery potion after busy work. Just like Wayne last night. From mid-June to the end of July, Wayne has been living a life of a frequent flyer. The promotional activities for The Departed were not very intensive, but the rush of visiting one city a day still made everyone feel exhausted, so he slept particularly well today. When he opened his eyes again, the sun was able to shine through the curtains into the messy bedroom. Seeing the traces on the carpet, the balcony, and the bathroom door, he immediately recalled the madness of last night. The slightly sore waist also protested at this time, reminding Wayne that last night was not an easy job. He lifted the quilt, leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette. After taking a few puffs, he suddenly realized that he only felt the presence of one person on his left. There were only two of them on the bed. The other person who should have been there was not here. Chapter 433 Two Choices. Cough, 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 hiss, damn it. After several coughs, Wayne looked down to the left. Jennifer Connelly frowned and opened her eyes, obviously awakened by the smoke he smoked. The moment the woman woke up, her first reaction was to avoid the thick smoke, but as her body moved, it seemed that some parts were touched, and she took a few puffs of smoke, because of the sudden pain. Looking at the woman's reaction, Wayne raised his eyebrows and deliberately sprayed a large cloud of smoke on her face. With a teasing tone, he said, "Good morning, sweetheart. Good morning, dear. Jennifer Connelly was stunned for a moment, probably because she recalled everything that happened last night. She simply didn't get up, leaned on the man's chest, stretched out a hand to take the burning cigarette from the other's mouth, put it in her mouth, and took a deep breath. The other hand was in the quilt, touching the part that caused discomfort. "Where's that B***H? I remember she seemed to help you hurt me last night. That bitch." The woman cursed unceremoniously as white smoke came out of her mouth. However, before she could continue, the door of the suite bedroom was pushed open from the outside, and Angelina Jolie, wearing a loose bathrobe, walked in pushing a hotel dining cart. "Hey, I think I heard someone saying bad things about me behind my back." As she said this, she pushed the cart to the big bed. She didn't care about the gazes of the two men, took off her white bathrobe, lifted the quilt and got in, and said to Jennifer Connelly provocatively through the man, "Little wildcat, you were much more unrestrained last night than you are now." After saying this, without waiting for the other party to respond, she looked up at Wayne, who relit a cigarette, pointed at the cart, and said, "It's past 10 o'clock now, and we have only slept for more than 6 hours. If you want to sleep a little longer, you can eat something first. Did you ask the hotel customer service for food?" Wayne stretched out a hand, stroked her hair, and asked, "Well, I feel like I'm starving. What can I eat?" "Bacon, scrambled eggs, oatmeal, and by the way, I specially ordered a large portion of pasta for you." Angelina Jolie pointed to the plate, paused after speaking, and observed his expression anxiously, and then continued cautiously, "I asked the waiter to buy me some newspapers, which have a lot of news about you." As long as he saw the woman's uneasiness, he knew that the news was definitely related to the other party, and it should not be some good words. "Go." Shaking his head and smiling, Wayne patted her hair twice. "Go, bring up the pasta and newspapers. Let me see how those media have arranged me." Jennifer Connelly on the other side also showed an expression of watching a good show. She leaned against the head of the bed with a half-smoked cigarette in her mouth, and asked maliciously, "Do you want me to help you read the newspaper, honey?" "It doesn't matter." Wayne waved his hand nonchalantly, took the plate of pasta handed over by Angelina Jolie, and didn't care about his eating appearance at all. He rolled it up with a steel fork and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Last night's consumption was really not small. Now he felt as if his chest was sticking to his back. As for things other than eating, who cares? Ahem. Jennifer Connelly took the newspaper, not caring about her naked upper body, sitting cross-legged on the bed, deliberately clearing her throat, and directly reading the first page of the newspaper. This is a Hollywood Chronicle. The headline is, "Hollywood director Wayne Greenberg, a sexy man that women can't refuse." At the premiere of A Time to Kill last night, Wayne Greenberg's female companion was rarely replaced by Jennifer Connelly, the heroine of The Departed. This situation rarely happens. As we all know, the female companion of this famous North American playboy in formal occasions is usually the Australian actress Naomi Watts. In the subsequent interview with reporters, Jennifer Connelly admitted to the media that she likes the man next to her very much and has been trying to pursue him. Facing this outstanding man who is hard for a girl not to be attracted to, the heroine of The Departed was obviously fascinated. As we all know, the heroines in all of Wayne's works will have a scandal with him. These women have praised his charm on different occasions. Now it seems that Jennifer Connelly has experienced the charm of this great director. As for who will fall under Wayne's belt next, we have held a prize-winning guessing event. We hope all fans will. Shit. After reading this, Jennifer Connelly threw the newspaper under the bed amid Angelina Jolie's laughter and immediately looked at the man who was wolfing down his food. After finding that the other party did not express anything else, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that what she said yesterday played a big role. This will make her a name frequently mentioned by fans for a long time after the popularity of The Departed has passed. Okay, let's look at the next one. Jennifer Connelly picked up a ham and egg sandwich, took a big bite, and looked at other newspapers. Wow, we were photographed so clearly last night. She seemed to have discovered a new continent and raised the newspaper to the two people around her. The front page headline of this unknown gossip newspaper was not about the two movies that premiered last night, but a photo of Wayne walking out of the theater with his arms around the waists of two beauties. Now she finally understood why Angelina Jolie had that expression just now. The photo was taken very clearly, and it could be clearly seen that one of Wayne's hands was kneading Angelina Jolie's round and perky breasts. Coincidentally, Angelina Jolie in the photo was lying next to Wayne's ear, smiling as if she was saying something. Glancing at the woman on the other side, Jennifer Connelly shook her head. How could she be any better? She didn't need to read the report in the newspaper. Just think about the integrity of the tabloid reporters. They would definitely make up a story that would make people's blood boil and be extremely bloody. The facts were the same as she imagined. When she looked at the report above, she found that she was still too conservative. The paparazzi who took the photo seemed to have installed surveillance in the hotel and guessed all the ways the three of them played. These things are obviously very eye-catching, and she couldn't help but sigh. These tabloid paparazzi, who have the ability to fabricate stories based on speculation, why don't they go to the San Fernando Valley to be screenwriters? Besides these gossips, is there any other news? Wayne raised his head with a smile, handed the empty plate to Angelina Jolie, and looked at Jennifer Connelly, who fell silent halfway through reading. I mean the serious news about the movie. How did those authoritative media report it? Oh, okay, wait a minute. The woman was stunned for a moment and immediately flipped through the stacked newspapers in a hurry. This is a report from Premiere. Yesterday, the North American cinema market welcomed two new blockbusters again and premiered at the Shrine Auditorium and the Coda Theater in Los Angeles. One is From Dusk Till Dawn, produced and distributed by Miramax and directed by the talented director Robert Rodriguez. The other is A Time to Kill, or thriller crime film produced and distributed by Warner Brothers, directed by Joel Schumacher, and starring Sandra Bullock, Samuel Jackson and Matthew McConaughey. This year's summer season is a mess, or it can be understood as a muscle flexing by Warner Brothers. In the past, several films released by Warner Brothers all defeated rivals released by different companies in the same period with huge box office advantages, and A Time to Kill is also the last big investment of Warner Brothers in the summer season this year. The competition for the first weekend of the two films that premiered at the same time and opened on a large scale will begin today. Independence Day and The Departed, which had maintained a strong box office trend, also reduced the scale of screening this weekend to make way for the two films that have just been released. It is worth mentioning that the gangster film The Departed, directed by Wayne Greenberg, relied on strong word-of-mouth support and earned another $6.07 million in 4 working days this week. Now the total box office in North America has accumulated to $130 million. According to the latest information released by Warner Brothers, the film is also quite stable in the theater market in many overseas regions, and the global box office has been infinitely close to $380 million. As the numbers came out of Jennifer Connelly's mouth, the two women looked at Wayne in surprise at the same time. The Departed has always been underestimated by the media. No one would have thought that after a month and a half of silence, the box office has almost reached $400 million. Especially Jennifer Connelly, the heroine of the film. She no longer looks like she just woke up. She looks extremely excited. The heroine of a movie that is destined to make over $150 million in North America and over $400 million worldwide can definitely increase her net worth. Compared with the upcoming increase in net worth, the improvement in her status and the opportunities that come with it are the main reasons for this woman's excitement. Angelina Jolie's eyes are equally complicated, and when she looks at another woman, she doesn't hide her jealousy at all. Thinking of the purpose of looking for Wayne this time, she gritted her teeth, looked at the man and asked directly, "Dear, I heard that the second Batman movie is about to start the project. Can I? Since I promised you, I will not turn my face against you." Wayne pulled the woman into his arms, feeling the other's bomb-like figure, looked down at her eyes, and said, "I will give you 2 choices. You go back and think carefully. One is Catwoman, who will appear after this movie is over, and the other is Wonder Woman Diana. Both choices have their pros and cons. You have to think clearly. But the premise is that everything is based on the audition effect. Do you understand what I mean? I know. Tell me when you have figured it out. Bring your agent, and we will find a time to talk about it. No one will easily decide the main role of a commercial production that is destined to invest over 100 million yuan. Even Wayne, the leader of DC, Everything depends on the audition effect. It can only be said that under similar levels, he will choose one of his own. There is nothing wrong with this. Angelina Jolie knows that she is not Naomi Watts, and what she wants is just an opportunity like this. Countless beautiful actresses in Hollywood have been looking for such an opportunity. Chapter 434 Visitors. Opportunity. The dream chasers in Hollywood, the world of fame and fortune, are all tirelessly pursuing an opportunity to show themselves, and now such an opportunity is in front of Angelina Jolie. There are two choices, and now it is obviously not the time to think about the pros and cons. She originally thought that it was very rare to get the opportunity to play Catwoman, but she didn't expect that there was another role that was obviously more important. Wonder Woman Diana, one of the three giants of justice, whose weight must be much heavier than Catwoman. However, she still had to go back and discuss with her agent carefully to make a choice. Such an opportunity is rare, and all the gains and losses must be considered. Hey, dear, are you full? Angelina Jolie now completely ignored the other woman on the bed, and only the strong and muscular Wayne was left in her eyes. Honey, do you need me to thank you now? Believe me, I can do it very well. While the woman was talking, she licked her lips lightly, intentionally or unintentionally, and then lifted the quilt and got in. Wayne suddenly hissed and took a deep breath, leaning his upper body against the head of the bed, with an extremely comfortable expression on his face. Jennifer Connelly looked like she was not surprised. She had no idea how many times such a scene had happened last night. It was obvious that if a hot actress could become the heroine of Wayne's movie with her superb ventriloquism, no actress would pretend to be reserved. Honey, don't you want to help her? Wayne leisurely grabbed the cigarette box and lit another cigarette with a click. Didn't our ancestors say that when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex? It was rare for these two people who were very different from each other in terms of face and figure and both met his aesthetic standards to get together. It would be a great waste of resources to leave one idle. He certainly knew why Angelina Jolie, this hot girl, was so dedicated. Hollywood has always been an extremely realistic place of fame and fortune, especially for actresses. Whether it is a naturally beautiful face or a self-disciplined and maintained figure, these are not the focus of converting into fame, status, or value. What is the most important thing for these actors? It is the work. In Wayne's eyes, Hollywood in the 1990s was very different from that of more than a decade or two later. In this era, stars were not too aware of the use of fashion, politics, charity and other means to improve and maintain their status. The current circle can be said to be more realistic. The most correct way is to prove their box office appeal to the production company through a masterpiece that sells well at the box office. This is especially important for female stars. As we all know, this circle is a pyramid dominated by male power. The situation of unequal pay for equal work between men and women is the most deeply rooted in people's hearts here. As for those messy hype, marketing, tearing each other apart, and establishing personalities, which female star went to a plastic surgery hospital? Which female star was privately photographed taking drugs, promiscuous sex, and smoking leaf tobacco? Who wore what evening dress on the red carpet? Who was more beautiful than whom? Who was surpassed by a certain female star? And so on. All these active and passive means of increasing their popularity will eventually return to the original starting point, the work. Otherwise, all this is just a loft in the air. After a burst of enthusiasm, fans and major production companies will not remember you. The only way to prove yourself is the box office. This is also one of the reasons why Naomi Watts dares to have children. She started with the first Happy Death Day and experienced Get Out and Batman, The Dark Knight and other works that both exploded in box office and reputation. It can be said that she has her own masterpieces. Even before the announcement of the pregnancy information, she was one of the top candidates for major production companies to choose commercial vast type heroines. For an actress who will eventually become a box office hit, no matter what project she participates in, the production company will not care whether you have acting skills. It is not a little harder for female stars to succeed than male stars. Women who can get to the top of the Hollywood cast have almost all gone through countless intrigues and bloody battles. Even so, in the same level of group, men still account for more than 80%. The phone has rung for the third time. About half an hour later, Angelina Jolie covered her mouth with a tired but excited look, climbed down the bed, and ran into the bathroom. Jennifer Connelly said to the man with a comfortable face, while fixing her hair. Just as she was about to crawl to the other side to answer the phone, the ringing stopped abruptly. After waiting for a while, it never rang again. Forget about that damn phone. I need to sleep for a while. Wayne frowned, waved his hand, got into the bed, and closed his eyes. You two are free to do what you want. If you want to leave early, ask the hotel for a car yourself. His words were also heard by Angelina Jolie, who had just come out of the bathroom. Neither woman was surprised at all. This man has always been like this. He never puts on pants and doesn't recognize people. However, the change in attitude before and after rolling in the sheets is a common problem for all men. Jennifer Connelly has been accustomed to his attitude for more than a month. She took the initiative to shrink into the quilt and prepared to sleep before leaving. The bedroom had just been quiet for more than 10 minutes when the sound of a hasty knock on the door reached the ears of 3 people at the same time. Wayne tried hard to suppress the urge to swear, frowned and climbed up on his own initiative. It was not much different from what he thought. The previous few calls were made by surgery. On the one hand, he wanted to confirm his safety, and on the other hand, there were other things that had to be said in person. Boss, the vacation is over. Hella just informed me that there are guests in the manor. The Russian bear saw the unhappiness on his face at a glance, so he didn't waste any words and directly stated the purpose of knocking on the door. Okay, wait for me for 2 minutes, Wayne said as he turned back to the bedroom, took off the pajamas he was casually wearing, picked up his pants and shirt, and put them on. I have something to go back for. You guys are welcome. Before leaving, he noticed that both women were still awake, pointed to the room and said, I have booked this suite for a long time. You can rest for a while. Andy, talk to your agent. You can call Nina anytime. After saying that, without waiting for the 2 women to reply, he closed the door and turned around to follow Sergey to the elevator. He never asked who the guest was, but he didn't think it would be that simple for someone he had to go back to receive. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly left the Four Seasons Hotel, which was also within the Beverly area. The car didn't drive for long before it slowly slowed down again and drove into the Greenberg Manor on the top of the mountain. Hella had been standing neatly by the fountain waiting. When Wayne got off the car, she came up to him and reported in a low voice, It's Jeff Robinoff. It doesn't look like an urgent matter. Ms. Watts is accompanying him now. Yeah. As he walked towards the living room, he nodded slightly. This made sense. Jeff Robinoff seemed to be very low-key at ordinary times, but he was an out-and-out giant boss. Hella and the others could not ask him to visit at another time or keep him waiting. Maybe when facing him, Jeff Robinoff and Bruce Ressenblum and others were always enthusiastic like old friends who ignored their age, but when facing other people in the circle, they were all standard big bosses. Wow, look who's back. As soon as he walked into the living room, Jeff Robinoff's voice rang out immediately, and his tone was full of ridicule. You've become the headline of countless tabloids again today, but if I were you, I would first try to deal with the other angry woman. The CEO of Warner Brothers had a look on his face. While speaking, he winked at Wayne, who had just entered the door, and pointed at the Australian actress beside him with one hand. The matter was very obvious. A pile of colorful tabloids and magazines filled the coffee table in front of them. There was no need to look carefully. The various photos on them were all close-ups of her hugging 2 female stars, getting into the car from the back door of the theater, and walking into the hotel. The headlines were all horrifying. On the top newspaper, huge words were written, Wayne Greenberg's Playboy nature remains the same. He can't wait for the movie premiere. Where's Fendi? Wayne looked at Naomi Watts with a natural expression after hugging Jeff Robinoff, as if he hadn't seen those newspapers. The Australian actress sighed secretly and did not show any of her emotions. Sleeping upstairs. Do you want to change clothes? He was still wearing the suit he wore to the movie premiere last night. After the 2 women tore it apart crazily last night, it looked wrinkled from a closer distance. Jeff, I'm going upstairs to change clothes. Wayne gestured to the other party, and when he turned and walked upstairs, he found a strange woman sitting behind the CEO of Warner Brothers. With a quick glance, he noticed something was wrong. The woman was dressed quite coolly. Under a somewhat exotic hip skirt, there were two white and slender thighs. The upper body was a grey t-shirt, revealing a waist with a clear vest line. At a glance, a strong youthful atmosphere came to his face. Naomi Watts followed him to the cloakroom on the 3rd floor. While helping him sort out his clothes, she did not mention the tabloids at all. Instead, she reminded him, "Just now, Jeff has been hinting to me more than once about the information of other projects you have, but it doesn't seem urgent. It doesn't matter if you tell him." While putting on a casual shirt, Wayne said nonchalantly, "Anyway, these projects will be released by Warner Brothers in the end. There is nothing to hide. What's the matter with that girl? Did Jeff introduce her to you?" "No." Naomi Watts shook her head, helped him button up his shirt, and looked around with satisfaction. "Maybe she is a secretary or something like that. You'll have the answer in a moment." Shrugging his shoulders, Wayne took her out of the cloakroom and walked to the living room downstairs. Chapter 435. I'm optimistic about the future of computer animation. Hey, you're not going to skip work just to tease me, are you? After Wayne went downstairs, he didn't stay in the living room. He raised his hand and pointed to the lawn in front of the garden outside the French window and took the lead to walk towards his favorite awning. "I'm here to share good things with you." The two walked out side by side, and Jeff Robinoff said as he looked at the beautiful woman following behind him. Hearing this, Naomi Watts' face changed immediately, and even Wayne was shocked. He muttered in his heart, "This old guy is playing so crazy in private. Damn, don't think too much." Noticing the strange expressions on their faces, the CEO of Warner Brothers raised his hand, snapped, slapped his forehead, and hurriedly explained. "Amanda graduated from the Habermas Institute in Cuba and is very proficient in everything related to cigars. You will understand in a while." After the other party said this, Wayne probably knew what it meant. He had heard of a similar profession in his previous life. It was called a cigar sommelier across the Pacific Ocean. Coming under the awning, the two of them half leaned on the lounge chair. He looked at the Cuban beauty curiously, opened the small wooden box he always carried with him, and took out two thick cigars that he had prepared. "I'm definitely a professional in how to better enjoy the beauty of cigars and enhance the pleasure of smoking cigars." While watching the beauty named Amanda trimming the cigar, Jeff Robinoff pointed to the quiet environment around him and said, "A pleasant and undisturbed time and space. Choose two well-maintained cigars. Amanda has helped us choose from my collection. By the way, you should have some good black tea here, right? It will be more comfortable to match. Believe me, this will definitely give you unparalleled satisfaction." After saying that, he also glanced at the cigarettes on the table with disdain. It can be seen that he has always wanted to share this hobby of cigars with Wayne. The pleasing Cuban beauty, the long-lasting black tea, the two men each held a thick cigar in their mouths, and half lying on the chair together puffed out clouds of smoke. Both of them knew that as the leader of Warner Brothers, Jeff Robinoff would never be so idle as to bring a beautiful woman to enjoy cigars, or to enjoy a vacation. In fact, Wayne has never been interested in this kind of high-end enjoyment full of formalism. He was not used to smoking at the beginning. Although he can now appreciate the beauty of cigars, he feels from the bottom of his heart that this thing is far less enjoyable than cigarettes. Maybe when he gets older, he may like this kind of leisurely enjoyment. "Wayne, I heard." Jeff Robinoff turned his head and looked at the young man beside him who was imitating him to close his eyes and enjoy. "I heard that you took over an animation studio." He came here this time to communicate his feelings, but there were some other things that he had to find a way to get an accurate answer from the other party. This was related to some strategies of Warner Brothers in the next few years, so he simply used the news he had received not long ago to test it. "That's right." Wayne opened his eyes and looked at the other party sincerely. Without hesitation, he nodded directly. "Jeff, there's nothing to hide. I'm very optimistic about the future of computer animated feature films." The CEO of Warner Brothers was silent for a few seconds and frowned slightly. He wanted to give some advice, but now it seems that the other party is like those young people who have achieved success earlier. They are extremely conceited and may not listen to other people's opinions. As a media tycoon, he knows how much money it will cost to develop an animation studio. Not to mention the distant past, even traditional animation giants like Disney have been trying to cut their hand-drawn animation departments. It's simple. An animation department without successful works is difficult for even a giant to maintain. He thought about it and decided to change direction. Are you optimistic about the market for computer animation now, just like you were optimistic about comic-based movies a few years ago? That's right. Wayne nodded and exhaled a large cloud of thick fog. Jeff, the development of movie special effects is changing with each passing day. You should have noticed that, while special effects are constantly improving, the cost is showing a downward trend year by year. A few years ago, I felt that it might not take too long before those scenes that have always existed in people's imaginations and special abilities that only exist in comics can all be perfectly displayed on the big screen using special effects. His meaning was very clear. As the cost of special effects became lower and lower, those scenes with large investments that were difficult for production companies to afford have gradually become acceptable. Although special effects are still the most expensive part of the movie, the trend is already very obvious. After a pause, he continued, the same is true for computer animation. The decline of Disney's hand-drawn animation means the rise of computer animation. The speed of computer and network development is too fast. I'm very optimistic about this market in the future. There were some things he didn't say, otherwise it would become a prediction of the future. In fact, in Hollywood, as long as there are Pixar's group of technicians who use plugins, the future of computer animation feature films will not only completely replace the glory of hand-drawn animation, but also expand the already huge market share. But if you want to eat this piece of cake, the technical barriers are very high, far from being as simple as a Hollywood assembly line producing popcorn. So either take advantage of the last chance to enter the market now, or just don't watch it at all and wait for a few years to witness the highlights of Pixar and DreamWorks animation. Jeff Robinov nodded and didn't continue to talk about this topic. He knew Wayne's real wealth and knew that the other party had a large amount of cash flow. Not to mention some internet shares that can be cashed at any time. The money earned from the film project alone can withstand the other party's temper. And he has received news that accountant Colin Howard, after obtaining Wayne's authorization, successfully bought the Blue Sky Studios in New York. It's too late to say anything now. Bringing up the topic of the animation studio was just a test of Wayne. Seeing that the other party had no intention of hiding anything, he slowly organized his words and asked, I heard that you have several project plans and some copyrights. When are you going to start production? This should be the main purpose of coming here. Wayne's mouth corners slowly rose, and he smiled, and shook his head. Wait until the time is right, Jeff. I'm a major shareholder of Warner Brothers. No matter when these projects are produced, the distributor will only be Warner Brothers. This is my promise. Hearing his promise, Jeff Robinov was relieved. Of course, I believe you. Everyone in the industry knows that Wayne Greenberg's promise is more secure than a contract written on paper. Hearing the compliment without paying, he suddenly remembered something. You mean the distributor? What about the producer? Are you going to invest in the production yourself? Or with others? This is equally important. The best result, of course, is that Warner Brothers invests in the production, and then the film is distributed by its own distribution department. But this is obviously impossible. Wayne is definitely not a big fool. He worked hard to acquire copyrights at a high price, adapt the script, and initiate the project, and then only get a small part of the profit of the film. According to Hollywood rules, the copyright of the film belongs to the distributor. And now the model of Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers co-investing and producing is the most appropriate way at this stage. The Matrix and the currently popular The Departed are both products of this model, and they have already had considerable experience. Jeff Robinov didn't mind Wayne investing in the production alone. As long as the film was distributed by Warner Brothers, the company's revenue would not be less. After all, in Hollywood, the distribution company was at the top of the food chain. What he was worried about was that the other party would reach a deal with other giants similar to 20th Century Fox again, because of some things. Who could guarantee that there would be no accidents in the middle? It was obvious that the other 5 giants were trying every means to disintegrate Wayne's cooperation with Warner Brothers. Jeff, as long as it is a project initiated by me. Wayne thought about it and said happily, unless Warner Brothers fails to pass the review. Otherwise, I can't choose other investors. As early as a few years ago, he was actually completely locked in with Warner Brothers, and this was not only what he thought, but also what other companies in the industry recognized. Unless the board of directors and senior executives of Warner Brothers were brain dead and offended Wayne to death, he would never sell his shares and give up the position he had worked hard to build and the DC universe that had already begun to show signs. It was easy to choose a new production company to cooperate with. With his current status, the 5 companies and DreamWorks would be willing to pay, no matter what the price was, but that would mean losing his hard-planned career. Another important point was that Marvel Comics had been kicked into a well by him. It was unknown how many times more difficult to turn over in this time and space, like he did in his previous life, and this was when he would not secretly make trouble. So even if it was just for DC, he would not easily destroy everything he had at Warner Brothers. Hollywood has always been a commercial society. It was normal for Jeff Robinov in the top management to worry. After all, in their eyes, Wayne has always been a Jewish capitalist who looks calm and composed, but is actually unpredictable and greedy. The racial characteristics of the Jews are well known. When greater interests appear in front of them, they will sell everything without hesitation. After getting the promise he wanted, Jeff Robinov completely relaxed, just like he really came to Greenberg Manor to visit his friends and have a vacation. He not only enthusiastically introduced the knowledge of cigars, but also occasionally said some secrets in the circle that would definitely cause an earthquake if heard by the outside world. By the way, the second and third installments of The Matrix will probably be approved soon. You should prepare the funds, and it's better to take some time to talk to Zack. Wayne shook his head. For the last 2 installments of this series, I will not intervene, except as the producer and screenwriter. We must give Zack enough trust, Jeff, which is very important for a creator like the director. Although he said that he would not intervene in the last 2 installments, he would definitely take necessary insurance measures. He felt that Hector Henry did a good job as a producer and planned to propose that he be the first producer. He would be his eyes and always keep an eye on everything that happened in the crew. Chapter 436. Go and create your great work. Hector Henry, a low-key novice producer, is the best candidate for Wayne to be a long-term partner with Zack Snyder. Facing a director with a strong personality, if the producer is also a tough character, it is undoubtedly a disaster for the crew's filming work. When the priority of the power struggle exceeds the normal filming work of the crew, it is difficult for people to believe in the quality of the film. Although he has known Zack Snyder very well after several years of contact and work, it is impossible not to have necessary regulatory measures in the face of the investment of over $100 million in the last 2 parts of The Matrix. Hector Henry is a producer trained by Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers must be in a state of trust in him. His girlfriend, or fiancée, is Daisy. With this relationship, he basically won Wayne's trust. Therefore, he, a producer with a weak personality, is the most suitable partner for Zack Snyder. Director Zack has successfully produced the first part of The Matrix. As long as the second 2 parts maintain the level of the first part, there will never be any major accidents. But after all, this is not the 2 brothers, sisters, in the previous life who are directing the film. He always needs someone to help him keep an eye on the crew, to prevent the film from deviating from the direction he has planned. Now no one knows what Zack Snyder thinks. No one knows whether the excessive praise of film critics has affected him. This is what Wayne is most worried about. He is afraid that he will be fooled by the various good reviews of film critics like the 2 in his previous life, and there will be too many weird things in the last 2 films. To put it bluntly, this is a commercial science fiction film with the skin of philosophy and cyberpunk. What attracts movie fans may be novel action scenes, the cool style of cyberpunk, and the faces and figures of handsome men and beautiful women, but it will never be the evaluation of film critics representing professional reputation. If the 2 are reversed due to excessive praise after the release of the movie, it will be the greatest sorrow. This is the role of Hector Henry. He will never interfere with the normal work of the crew, but as long as there are similar signs, he will immediately suspend the entire project and report to Wayne as the investor. The sun in Los Angeles was getting hotter and hotter. The 2 people under the awning were chatting casually. This time, Jeff Robinov got the answer he wanted. After rejecting Wayne's invitation to lunch, he took the Cuban beauty away from the manor. When the car turned out of the manor, Naomi Watts, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "I have carefully read the script of The Dark Knight several times. What do you think?" Wayne resisted the sleepiness and looked at the woman with interest. So far, the only person who has seen the complete script, except the senior executives of Warner Brothers, is this Australian actress, so he really wants to know how she feels. It feels very strange. Naomi Watts leaned back in the recliner and thought carefully for a while. It feels like the protagonist is like the Joker, and Batman has become a foil. Did you do this on purpose? During this period of time, she has always had such doubts. The personality charm of the Joker in the script is obviously far greater than that of the bitter and vengeful Batman. So who is the protagonist of the film? They are both the protagonists. Wayne had known that this situation would happen. Although he had deliberately balanced the roles of both parties, as long as the setting of the Joker was not changed too much, it would become the most eye-catching existence in the film in terms of performance. Naomi, in previous movies, there has never been a deformed villain that was set up so realistically. I like to try some new things. Don't you think this is very cool? Naomi Watts noticed the fatigue on his face and shrugged. It's good that you like it, but it is definitely a big challenge for Nicola to play such a living and mentally twisted character in the real world. After saying that, he grabbed the sunglasses on the table and put them directly on Wayne's face. Sleep for a while. We will discuss the script when we have time. Okay, remember to wake me up before dinner. As for Nicolas Cage, with whom he had worked once, Wayne was not worried about his acting skills. In terms of acting talent, this big star with a fresh look is definitely a leader. It is not difficult for an actor who can act to grasp the mysterious theory of the character's mind. It is not difficult to find an accurate position for a character between the madness in the virtual world and the rationality in the real world. With the talent of the other party, it is not difficult to do it, as long as he works hard. The Joker is a character name that has made several actors crazy. Coincidentally, Wayne is an absolute fan of the Joker. Here I refer to The Dark Knight and the Joker, which has nothing to do with Batman in 1989. Of course, this does not mean that Jack Nicholson's performance is not good. When time goes back to 1989, I'm afraid that no actor will perform better than Jack Nicholson. No one can give the name of another actor with 100% confidence. But he just doesn't like this version of the Joker. On the one hand, this role is not the eye-catching one compared to many other roles played by Jack Nicholson. The Joker in The Dark Knight and the Joker will definitely make people think about it and feel a lot after watching it. Many netizens once said that the main reason why the Joker in The Dark Knight was successful was because of Heath Ledger's perfect interpretation, which made this flesh and blood psychopath a symbol in film history. In fact, too many people have overlooked the credit of the screenwriter and director. When another Joker began to sweep the world 11 years later, and people once again discussed who was the best Joker, many fans realized that a character must first be set up with flesh and blood by the screenwriter and director before there is room for the actor to play. Who can say that the acting skills of veteran actor Jack Nicholson are not as good as Heath Ledger and Joaquin Phoenix? The reason why the interpretations of the three in the film are so different is because of the setting of the characters in the film by the screenwriter and director. Back to the mid to late 1990s, villains like the Dark Knight or anti-hero story modes are indeed very rare. Perhaps they can be seen in some low-cost independent art films, but they have not achieved major success. In the field of commercial films, Hollywood has completely entered the assembly line operation. The absolute protagonist of decency, the personal heroism of a lone hero, the cockroach attribute that can never be killed, and the happy ending are all indispensable element in Hollywood commercial films. This is like a useful tool that is repeatedly used by the production companies headed by the six giants. The reason why Wayne insisted on not changing the setting of the Joker is to show the world another movie mode. He knows how much impact this villain story mode can have on Hollywood. When production companies and movie fans discovered that there is another way to shoot commercial films, I'm afraid everyone has to mention Wayne as the pioneer. In fact, it was originally like this. After Batman, The Dark Knight achieved great success. This anti-hero story mode was quickly digested and absorbed by major Hollywood companies in 3 or 4 years, and then it was repeated in a cluster, appearing in The Avengers, 007, Skyfall, Star Trek II and other films. Just from the number of times it has been used, we can see that Hollywood has not had such a new tool that is so easy to use and can guarantee success rate for a long time. This is one of Wayne's goals. While other filmmakers are creating and competing with each other, Wayne is doing something that is almost impossible for Hollywood to do in this era. When The Dark Knight was released and became a success, he could say loudly to all the production companies and filmmakers in Hollywood, "Hey, I created a new tool. Take my tool and create your great works." When Wayne closed his eyes peacefully and fell asleep under the bright eyes of Los Angeles, countless fans also walked into the theater with expectations to watch this star-studded A Time to Kill. This summer season is very special. Almost every hit film has the opening animation of Warner Brothers, which has planted a seed in the hearts of countless fans, as if any movie produced by Warner Brothers this year represents excellent quality. However, after the premiere of A Time to Kill, it was constantly complained about when it was released on a large scale the next day, especially some more extreme fans who said they were deceived after watching the film. Whether it is the name of the film or the star-studded lineup of Samuel Jackson, Matthew McConaughey, Sandra Bullock and Kevin Spacey, it gives people the feeling that this is a wonderful action film or a police and gangster film. In fact, this is a film that purely explores legal themes. Even if there are some element other than the trial, it will give people the feeling that the film is not exciting enough in the middle and late stages. In fact, in Wayne's view, this film is more suitable as a teaching film. The commercial element are not so strong, but the shooting and editing rhythm is as good as a textbook. But no matter how strongly some fans complain, this is a film that looks like a shining star. Only relying on Warner Brothers' unremitting publicity and the extremely dazzling cast, it attracts more people to continue to go to the theater and choose to buy tickets to watch it. Just 3 days after attending the premiere of A Time to Kill, Wayne met with Chris Wedge, the founder of Blue Sky Studios, in a low-key manner. He did not say much, but said that he would give the studio enough patience and necessary development funds, and would not interfere with the specific work of the studio at will. Blue Sky Studios will continue to stay in New York and focus on honing its computer animation technology. When the time is right, he will propose to move to Los Angeles for development. Now is too early. Chapter 437. It all started with that invitation back then. This weekend, Wayne stayed in the manor to rest peacefully. After more than a month of continuous promotional activities, even a strong body has accumulated too much fatigue. While accompanying his daughter, he occasionally discussed the script with Naomi Watts. This woman was quite serious about The Dark Knight. As her return work after giving birth, this film is the best opportunity to prove herself. The only pity is that this film is not a movie with a big female lead. The protagonists of the film are the Joker and Batman. Even harshly speaking, there is only one absolute protagonist, that is the Joker. As Batman's first love girlfriend Rachel, her presence will inevitably be overshadowed by the two male protagonists. But Naomi Watts didn't care at all. She knew very well in her heart that the heroine of Wayne's movie was definitely a role that most Hollywood actresses dream of. What's more, in addition to this movie, she knew that there was another project waiting for her. The story of the gorilla climbing the Twin Towers, that the man seemed to be joking at the time, had already polished the script and could be put into production at any time. Perhaps the top management of Warner Brothers didn't know what projects and copyrights Wayne had, but as one of the closest people to him, he knew more about them. After all, Wayne and Nina never avoided her in their conversations. And these plans that only existed on paper, the main female roles, Naomi Watts believed that she was Wayne's first choice. During this period, Nicolas Cage came to the manor with his agent to visit once. After signing a confidentiality agreement, he successfully got the complete script of The Dark Knight in advance. After just a cursory look, Nicolas Cage fell into excitement. This movie was very different from what he imagined. Even he didn't expect that the Joker was actually the absolute protagonist in the film. I will finish the weight loss as soon as possible and then find a closed environment to find the state you need before the filming of the film. Leaving only the sentence, Nicolas Cage hurriedly left the manor. Even if the film had not yet started formal preparations, he was already in an excited state. As the 3 days of this weekend at the end of July passed, the new weekly box office list in North America was released again. From Dusk Till Dawn did not achieve the impressive box office results as expected by the media, and only earned $7 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. On the other hand, A Time to Kill, released by Warner Bros., under the constant complaints of movie fans, successfully swept nearly $40 million from the theater market and closed at $39.87 million in the first 3 days of the weekend, which surprised countless people. I thought that, even if there was no evenly matched competition, the two films would not be too different. After the first 3 days of the weekend, the winner was determined. Affected by the newly released A Time to Kill, the box office of other previously released films was affected to varying degrees. After Independence Day raked in more than $250 million in box office, the growth trend gradually slowed down. Despite this box office bomb of 20th Century Fox is still moving towards the $300 million mark in North American box office. After the screening scale of The Matrix was reduced several times, it is almost no longer seen in mainstream theaters in big cities. There are less than 300 remote theaters in North America that are still showing it. However, compared with a science fiction film with a production cost of $80 million, the North American box office of $170 million and the global box office of $460 million are already a huge success. Compared with Independence Day, which has been a box office hit for a whole month, The Departed is much more low-key. Relying on its relatively strong reputation and the help of Will Smith and others, the box office of the film has approached $140 million, and the global box office is about to break the $400 million mark. This new film of Wayne, contrary to its usual practice, has never had a box office hit that weekend. The box office trend has been surprisingly strong, and the box office decline has been healthy and unreasonable every weekend. The screening time of The Departed will continue for a long time, and no one can predict the final box office figures. Many third-party forecasting agencies have given up their predictions for this film, because it is destined to go to the Oscars. Whether it can win the Little Golden Man will have a great impact on the final box office figures of the film. The marketing effect of the Oscars is well known to everyone. If The Departed can win a major award, Warner Bros. And the Theater Alliance will definitely expand the scale of screening again, to bring the film back into people's sight. And with the release of other films after the summer season, the screening scale of The Departed will continue to be compressed, and the box office will inevitably grow more slowly. According to Wayne's own prediction, the North American box office of this film will most likely be around $170 million. It is definitely not a problem for the film to make a lot of money, but it is obviously unlikely to reach $200 million in North American box office, even with the blessing of the Oscars. Just after the weekend, Wayne received an unexpected call. He heard that he would also attend the alumni meeting organized by George Lucas in 2 days, and Professor Anderson Horowitz arranged a special speech for him. As the student who has developed the fastest and most smoothly after graduating from USC in recent years, Wayne's legendary college life has always been talked about by his juniors. Professor Anderson Horowitz hopes that he can come to school a little earlier to share some experiences that students majoring in television and video can't learn in school. Faced with the teacher's proposal, he agreed without hesitation. These things are not a problem for him. It's just a speech. If it doesn't work, he will desperately drink chicken soup. He has no psychological burden at all to do this. Anyway, in the mid to late 1990s, chicken soup in people's eyes hadn't been poisoned, right? Early on Wednesday morning, Wayne and Naomi Watts went back to their old apartment and took a look around. The narrow stairs, the yellowed and mottled corridors, and the two small apartments connected together were almost unchanged from their memories. If you want, you can stay here anytime. Seeing Wayne standing on the cramped balcony, staring at an old typewriter in a trance, with a look of nostalgia on his face, Nina, who had been following him, suddenly said, "Every half a month, Hella will find someone to clean and ventilate here. Forget it, there's no need to suffer for yourself. Shaking his head, Wayne reached out and gently stroked the typewriter in front of him, whispering back. Although he had authorized the purchase of this entire apartment building a long time ago, he had never thought of renovating it, and there were even many tenants living in the building. Those who came to Hollywood with dreams in their hearts, as well as the students of USC, never knew who the owner of this apartment building was. The reason why Wayne stayed here was to preserve the traces of his 4 years of college life. I remember when you first invited me over, there was a little misunderstanding. Naomi Watts sat on the old sofa, turned around and said with some emotion, at that time, you hadn't left the apartment for more than a week, and this place was just like being visited by a group of thieves. Speaking of this, Wayne also smiled with memories. When he invited this beautiful neighbor, he had the idea of finding a cheap beautiful actress, but the other party misunderstood it as an invitation to roll in the sheets. It seems that I was quite charming at that time, otherwise you wouldn't accept the invitation to come over and sit down. Hey. The Australian actress raised her white arm and waved her fist at him in pretended anger. Your place is like a garbage dump. If I hadn't helped you clean it up, no girl would be willing to come in. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. Naomi Watts still clearly remembered that she and Wayne were just two small people who were ignored at the time, dreaming of staying in Hollywood. At that time, no one would have thought that success would come so quickly. They walked along the Avenue of Stars together. She touched the stars and vowed to leave her name on them. At that time, her biggest wish was to have her own villa in Beverly Hills, where many wealthy people gathered. Now these wishes have basically come true. Although she has lived in Greenberg Manor for a long time, she has already bought a house of her own in Beverly Hills. As for those damn stars on the Avenue of Stars, as she learned more about the circle, she didn't care so much about them. 6 years have passed, and she has successfully made her name resounding throughout the United States and even the world. At the same time, she has become one of the representatives of Australian movie stars in Hollywood, and all of this comes from that invitation that year. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Sitting on the sofa, Wayne patted the woman's shoulder gently. He was sure that the other party was almost the same as what he was remembering at this time. The time for reminiscing is over. We can come back often in the future. Let's go. I want to go around the school. F***K. You ruined my beautiful memories. Naomi Watts hit him hard with her head and was a little annoyed that her reminiscence was interrupted. Well, if you miss the past. Wayne suddenly leaned over to the woman's ear, muttering in a low voice with a weird expression. You still have the leather jacket, collar, and leash you used back then. I'll take you to reminisce about the past when we get back. You know, I love walking the most. Wayne, you beast. The two of them left the apartment with laughter and got in the car to drive to the nearby USC. Wayne refused Sergi and Ninus following and walked hand in hand with Naomi Watts like a young couple in the campus full of memories. Since entering the campus, it was like entering another world. There were a lot of oak and palm trees in the retro buildings. There were a few couples sitting around a fountain. On the lawn farther away, a dozen big boys were passing footballs. A young man sitting alone on the grass was holding a book and occasionally turning a page leisurely. Everything seemed to have slowed down suddenly. Chapter 438. This is simply the summary of your study career. Since entering USC, the two have been walking and stopping. Wayne has remained silent all the way, silently watching the youth of others. It was still early, and the two stopped by a fountain. After sitting on a wooden bench, Naomi Watts looked at the man next to him, and then looked at the lawn where the man's eyes were fixed. There was a group of young people there, singing wantonly with the accompaniment of guitar. The boys and girls all had smiles on their faces. Obviously, the heavy study pressure of USC did not make these young people lose their vitality. Envy? Naomi Watts suddenly asked. She knew that the college life of the man next to her was extremely boring. All his time was given to learning about filmmaking. He was as self-disciplined as an old man. No. Wayne shook his head gently, but the corners of his mouth showed a faint yearning smile, which still betrayed the man's hard mouth. He knew that in the eyes of his former classmates, his personality was really too weird, and the main reason for this cognition was because of the different concepts. In the eyes of others, college life should be about partying, indulgence, love, and trying everything including leaf tobacco. Being young means being brave to squander. But Wayne is completely different. His boredom is reflected in all aspects, such as actively giving up sports that countless boys flock to, never attending various parties and dances, hating leaf tobacco and drugs, and immersing himself in study every day, etc. Perhaps the only point that can prove that he is relatively normal is that he accepts all cheerleaders, but that is purely because of his good looks and the football team. When everyone was studying various types of movies, he just focused on the type of black movies. Even the experimental short films he shot made countless classmates and professors feel uncomfortable. They were full of weird, bloody, violent and distorted and absurd worlds. Therefore, this alternative genius has always been unpopular. Most of the time in the last 2 years of school, he played a small transparent role. Even if there were some group activities, no one was willing to take the initiative to invite him. Hey, honey, hey. A white hand waved back and forth in front of Wayne's eyes, and Naomi Watts' call interrupted his trance. Sorry, I was distracted. He shook his head vigorously, stretched out his hand, and pulled down his baseball cap twice habitually, looked at the Australian actress, and asked, "What's wrong?" Naomi Watts looked at the dozen young people on the lawn, turned around and took his hand, stood up from the bench, and walked towards the lawn. At this time, the Australian actress and Wayne were both dressed in jeans and t-shirts, just like a pair of young college lovers. The only thing that might make people feel awkward was the baseball caps that were pulled down very low on their heads. "We have known each other for so long. Sing a song for me." Naomi Watts winked at him playfully, and regardless of the man's objection, she pulled him towards the group of young people. "I remember you once said that you learned to play guitar when you were a kid, right? But I've never heard you sing." After saying that, without waiting for Wayne to explain, she pulled him to the lawn. Perhaps these young people didn't know him, but it was clear that Naomi Watts was famous enough. When she ran to the crowd to borrow a guitar alone, she caused a burst of exclamations like "Oh my god" and "God." As expected, the Australian actress not only borrowed the guitar, but also successfully attracted more than a dozen audiences. After she playfully handed the guitar to Wayne, she sat cross-legged on the lawn, supporting her chin with both hands, looking up at the confused man. Following Naomi Watts' actions, more than a dozen boys and girls also sat down. Some of them had already recognized Wayne, and one girl even whistled as if to cheer. "Hey, hurry up, I've already promised them to borrow the guitar, and then I'll sign for everyone." "Boy, don't tell me you've forgotten how to play the guitar." "Okay, let me think about it." Wayne laughed dumbly at this scene. He did know how to play the guitar, but he hadn't touched it for a long time. He still remembered that when he was a teenager, he had dreamed of becoming a big singer. After all, singing makes money much faster than being a movie star. It's a pity that he didn't remember many songs in his head, and his innate voice conditions were not outstanding. "Okay, I hope I won't make a mistake," Wayne muttered softly, carefully feeling the wooden guitar in his hand, sitting cross-legged in front of everyone, and began to play the prelude. After learning some things, muscle memory may have really formed. After more than 10 seconds, he has found the feeling of his youth, as if he was back on the farm, sitting by the bed on the second floor of the wooden villa, playing the guitar in a self-proclaimed handsome way, while the two golden retrievers still drooped their ears, sticking out their big tongues, and staring at him curiously. "Well, you done me, and you bet I felt it. I tried to be chill, but you're so hot that I melted. I fell right through the cracks, and now I'm trying to get back before the cool down run out. I'll be giving it my best test and nothing's going to stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some, but I won't hesitate no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and D***** and you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find love. To be honest, Wayne's voice is not outstanding. At most, it can only be regarded as a pretty good KTV level, and this is thanks to his mother's good genes. But who cares? This is not the stage of the Grammy Gala. After he finished singing, a dozen students around him screamed and applauded together. "Oh my god." Naomi Watts covered her mouth and looked at him excitedly, her eyes full of incredible emotions. "I didn't expect you to be able to play the piano." Oh, I mean, I didn't expect you to sing so well. No, you know what I want to say, right? The Australian actress explained incoherently for a few sentences, and finally shrugged her shoulders and asked curiously, "What's the name of this song? Is it for me?" "Yep," Wayne nodded shamelessly. "I'm yours. The name of this song is I'm Yours." When a person plagiarizes enough, the psychological burden will naturally decrease or even disappear. Anyway, this song will not be written by the wizard until more than 10 years later, and it is highly unlikely to fail, right? At this time, the light in Naomi Watts' eyes showed appreciation without any disguise, and she asked expectantly, Don't tell me you wrote this yourself?" "Okay, I admit, I wrote this when I was a teenager." Wayne raised his eyebrows with a bad taste, with a disdainful expression on his face, and actually enjoyed the admiration in the eyes of women. "You know, every kid has a dream of becoming a big singer, but learning everything related to film production has taken up all my time." Unconsciously, more and more students gathered around. Some were attracted by the singing and screaming just now, and most of them were attracted by the Australian actress who took off her hat in excitement. "Wayne, sing another song. Hey bro, you are so cool." The students in the crowd began to make noises and screams one after another. Hearing the noisy voices around, Naomi Watts turned around and looked back, and suddenly regretted her willfulness. Now there are more than 40 or 50 people around. Wayne didn't want to attract attention, so he didn't let Sergi follow. Once the crowd was in chaos, no one could guarantee what would happen. "It's okay, don't worry." Wayne saw the Australian actress's worry, patted her shoulder, and whispered a word of comfort, and simply sat down again. He had seen this kind of scene many times when he was on the football team, and basically no accidents would happen. Naomi Watts is usually a very opinionated girl. Even after giving birth, she did not talk to Wayne about any relationship issues. This is very consistent with the style of independent Western women. Maybe she has a purposeful idea, but more often, she just thinks you are very good and compatible, and then she is willing to give birth to a child. She has almost never been so willful as today. Wayne saw the annoyance in her eyes, and suddenly felt that she was very real. "Young men, disperse. There is nothing exciting to watch." A voice that was very familiar to him suddenly appeared behind him. After the crowd separated, Professor Anderson Horowitz waved his hands and drove away the students around him. The moment he saw the professor, Wayne immediately stood up and gave the professor a hug. "Teacher. Our genius director. Are you ready to transform?" Before he could greet Professor Anderson Horowitz, another voice sounded behind him, and George Lucas, with a big beard, walked over. "Listen, Wayne, this might be a good idea. I'll mobilize some old friends to vote for you at the Grammys." Hearing the teasing from the father of Star Wars, Wayne raised his eyebrows and said in a teasing tone, "No problem, George, maybe we can form a group and definitely shine in the rock circle." While the two were chatting and laughing, Anderson Horowitz patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go to my office to talk. The speech will take a while." "Okay." Wayne nodded. Everything here seemed to be the same. After arriving at the professor's office, he very consciously took 2 cups of coffee, sat on the sofa, and casually talked with his teacher about some interesting things in the past few years. In this school, Professor Anderson Horowitz can be said to be the teacher he respects the most. No matter what others thought, this Jewish old man always believed that he was a genius and provided a lot of convenience when he was studying in those years. "I've seen your film The Departed." Professor Anderson Horowitz looked at Wayne and said bluntly, "The film's strengths and weaknesses are so obvious that it's a bit like the experimental short films you made when you were in school. The film is full of violence, death, crime, foul language, and large-scale shots. There are also the 2 complicated protagonists who are both good and evil, the restless emotions of the various characters in the film, the themes of greed and deception, and the inevitable ending of death and destruction. This is simply a summary of your academic career. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. Who wrote this thing? If there is anyone who knows Wayne best, then Professor Anderson Horowitz is undoubtedly one of them. During the 3 years of college, they had countless exchanges on filmmaking. The professor has been observing him silently. Starting from the graduation film Happy Death Day, the professor would carefully watch every movie Wayne shot at least 2 or 3 times. When Get Out, It and Joker were released, he saw Wayne's progress from these movies. He found that, although the personal style of the film shot by his students was still very strong, the audience group was expanding. There was no film with overly cult attributes like the one he made in school. All this indicates that Wayne really suppressed his creative desire very well. For the audience scale of the film, compromise is not a bad thing. Especially when Batman Begins was released, Professor Anderson Horowitz was so surprised that it was like an epic that perfectly combined its own style with commercialization. The film's towering and majestic lens layout and realistic shooting style all fascinated him deeply. In the professor's mind, he does not recommend his students to plunge into the so-called artistic independent film circle after graduation and work hard for their first feature film. Instead, he prefers his students to start their careers down to earth after entering Hollywood. He has never been prejudiced against commercial films. So far, Professor Anderson Horowitz's proposition is that movies must first be liked by the audience before the art in them can be explored. He has said similar things to Wayne more than once. There is no other reason. It is because Wayne's personal style is too strong. Of course, you can have an extreme personal style, but the first thing to consider is how to use your style to be accepted by the general fans. Wayne has undoubtedly been on the right track in making one movie after another over the years. The only thing that surprised him was The Departed. Compared with the previous movies, the audience of The Departed is much narrower. This kind of work full of B-level attributes is destined to have not too many fans who can accept it. The moment Anderson Horowitz saw this film, he recalled those unknown experimental short films that Wayne shot when she was in school. The large number of black elements in the film were simply a summary of what she studied when she was in school. Yes, teacher. Wayne nodded generously, not caring about the father of Star Wars who was staring at him with interest, and spoke out his selfish thoughts without hiding anything. Teacher, The Departed is a summary of my academic career. Even at the beginning of the preparation of the film, I was prepared to lose money. I made enough money for Warner Brothers. Even if the box office of this movie is not ideal, they can't have any opinions. Now the box office created by this movie is at least much better than I thought. You should have heard that my main goal for this film is the Oscar. I hope to win the Little Golden Man in the way I'm best at. Several people nodded after hearing his words. Everyone knew that with Wayne's current position in Warner Brothers, no one would dare to raise any objections if he was willful. Besides, the so-called unsatisfactory box office of The Departed is compared with his previous works. If it were another director, this would be a box office hit. Of course, Wayne is not convenient to say some things. If The Departed was released at other times, the success rate of getting the Little Golden Man representing the highest honor would basically not exceed 30%. But with Miramax's The English Patient as a soft persimmon, the situation is completely different. The points he has accumulated over the years, the invisible contributions to Hollywood's expansion of overseas markets, and the promises of those Jewish old men. From any perspective, Anthony Minghella is absolutely at a disadvantage. Don't worry, I will mobilize some old friends to vote when the time comes. Professor Anderson Horowitz smiled and patted his arm. Although this day came much earlier than he thought, the higher the achievements Wayne has made, the more outstanding his results will be. The reason is simple. When everyone mentions Wayne Greenberg, the most distinctive director in Hollywood, they inevitably mention the school he graduated from. As the teacher of this great director, he will also be remembered in the history of film as Wayne continues to create brilliance. Thank you, teacher. Wayne did not have any pretentiousness. After the award season came, every extra vote was an insurance. Just as several people were reminiscing in the office, a small auditorium of the School of Film and Art began to bustle with people. Professor Anderson Horowitz had already notified today's speech. I think there is no threshold to listen. As long as you are a student of the Southern California School of Film and Art, you can come in at will, if you are interested. I don't like Wayne Greenberg. A white girl frowned, holding a backpack, and was dragged to the door of the small auditorium by a boy, complaining as she walked. Can't you come by yourself? The movies he made make me want to vomit. I really don't understand why you would. The girl was halfway through complaining when she was covered by the boy's mouth. Several students who came here with great interest looked at the two of them with obvious danger in their eyes. It was not until the white girl was dragged aside by her friends and gave way to the entrance of the auditorium that the students glared at them fiercely and walked in. Lina, damn it, you almost got us beaten. The boy let go of his girlfriend's mouth and said with some lingering fear, this opportunity is too rare. I swear, if we miss this speech, we will definitely regret it. Besides, you have only seen Wayne's movie The Departed. You can't make such a brainless conclusion. I'm brainless? The white girl rolled her eyes. She knew that her boyfriend had always been a fan of Wayne, but she couldn't understand why so many people like to watch things with constant foul language and blood. In order to find out why her boyfriend likes Wayne, Lina ran to the theater and bought a ticket for The Departed. Unfortunately, all the element in the movie did not please her. After watching most of the movie with a frown, she chose to leave early. Suddenly, the girl seemed to remember something, and she pulled the boy to a bench nearby, unzipped the backpack she was holding, took out a newspaper, and slapped it on her boyfriend's leg with a snap. Do you want me to read it for you? This is an evaluation by an authoritative person. What? Lina ignored her boyfriend's doubts and picked up the newspaper again, and a playful and crisp voice came out of her mouth. As of last weekend, the North American box office of The Departed has reached $139 million. Compared with the film's extremely long running time, it will not be a problem for the box office to exceed $150 million. According to the information released earlier by Warner Brothers, the production cost of this film is only $40 million. The crew from the front to the backstage took a pay cut to join. If you look at the box office, it can be called a success no matter what. Is there something wrong? The boy looked at his girlfriend strangely, not understanding what she wanted to say. There's more to come. Lina paused for a moment, her lips curled up, revealing a smile of anticipation for victory, and continued reading. Contrary to what the public believes, after a series of investigations, I learned that the reason why The Departed sold so well is entirely due to the personal appeal that Wayne Greenberg has built up over the past few years. According to data released by an authoritative third-party survey agency in North America, nearly 1/3 of the fans who went to the theater to watch the film were willing to buy tickets to watch the film because of the sign produced by Greenberg. There are also a small number of fans who are attracted by the appeal of the three protagonists and the good reviews that can be seen everywhere on the internet. Is The Departed really that good? The polarized word of mouth of the audience after watching the movie can explain a lot of problems. The quality of this ambitious work of Wayne Greenberg is definitely not as outstanding as the box office figures show. It can even be said that this is a work that relies on consuming the fan credibility established by the director himself, which will lead to false prosperity. The reason why the film's box office performance is so strong is obviously because Warner Brothers is consuming Wayne Greenberg's fans' trust in order to make money. Of course, all this is not entirely the responsibility of the production company. The source of the poor quality of the film is still the director of the film, which is well known to everyone. Wayne Greenberg has been achieving success since his first film Happy Death Day. We have reason to believe that after so many years of consuming his creative energy, he has embarked on the downhill road that all directors will experience. Now fans may endure the bad viewing experience of The Departed because of his name, but what if the next failed film appears? Will anyone still go to the theater to buy tickets to watch the movie for his name? As the crisp voice stopped, the girl raised her face and looked at her boyfriend proudly, as if she had finally found some authoritative evidence and wanted to end the countless arguments with her boyfriend before. But before she could say anything, a voice came from behind her, asking, "Who wrote this?" It was Roger Ebert, the authoritative film critic of the Chicago Sun-Times. The girl said subconsciously, and then she realized that it was not her boyfriend who asked the question. He is the leader among film critics. At this time, the boyfriend next to the girl stood up and asked uncertainly, "Are you Wayne Greenberg?" Chapter 440. Yes, I rely on having a good father. The sunshine in early August in California was still warm, shining on Lina's body at this moment, but she could not feel a trace of warmth. Her boyfriend's exclamation with doubt made him understand how embarrassing it would be to say bad things about someone behind their back and be heard by the person concerned. The white girl mechanically turned her head and looked at the people standing behind her. The young man who had just talked to her was now staring at her with a smile on his face. Girl, believe me, the nonsense that the vampire said is not necessarily the truth. Wayne had no intention of making things difficult for the couple. He was simply attracted by the girl's voice. Looking at the ashamed white girl, he knew that the other party might have a good upbringing. He simply did not continue to tease the couple. He left a word, shook his head, and walked towards the entrance of the small auditorium. Now the only film critic who still insists on picking faults with The Departed in the media is Roger Ebert. What is the reason for this privately? Just think about the relationship between the other party and Disney, and you will understand. When the few people disappeared at the door of the auditorium, the girl finally reacted. She stamped her feet in annoyance, but her face showed an interested look. Without saying anything, she pulled her boyfriend up in front of her surprised eyes and walked straight to the entrance of the small auditorium. Hey, didn't you say you didn't want to listen? The boy asked in surprise as they walked. Why now? I changed my mind. When the two of them walked through the door of the small auditorium and came in, they found that the seats were full. This speech was basically equivalent to semi-open. As long as they were students related to media, they could come in and listen at will. Now there were no empty seats. It was not just the two of them who had no seats. There were also some scattered students who came late. Fortunately, someone was maintaining order. Although there were all kinds of buzzing chats in the small auditorium, there was no chaos. Let's go to the front. The boy took his girlfriend's hand and came to the second row not far from the stage. He took the initiative to lean on the side of the seat, leaving enough space to walk back and forth. While waiting, the conversations that Lina heard were almost all about the great director she had just met outside the auditorium. The evaluation of Wayne by these students from the Film and Art Academy was completely different from what she had known before. People were discussing his movies, the wealth he had created, and even two girls were chattering about his sex skills. The protagonist today did not keep the students waiting for long. After about 10 minutes, several people walked out from the right side of the stage in the small auditorium. Lina recognized the leader as Professor Anderson Horowitz, who had a very high reputation in the school. She had just seen him outside. Oh my god. It's George Lucas. Oh my god. I didn't expect them to be good friends. I thought the previous reports were all fabricated by the media. There was a row of seats on one side of the auditorium. The father of Star Wars heard the students' exclamations, waved to the stage in a friendly manner, and sat aside with a smile on his face. After the exclamation, everyone turned their attention to the center of the stage, where only a slightly strong figure was left. In fact, most of the students who were able to come here had known Wayne's background. He was called the best graduate of USC after the 1990s. His success trajectory was a dream, and in the eyes of many people, he was a legend. The frequency of hearing this name was already quite high. Now that the real person stood in front of them, it aroused the curiosity of countless students. The big boy standing in the center of the stage, although wearing a calm black suit, was quite different from the Hollywood director they imagined. When it comes to the big director who holds the power of the entire crew, the first thing that comes to people's minds is either a bearded and hot-tempered man, or a thin figure full of artistic atmosphere. But Wayne is completely different. If it weren't for the decent black suit covering him, he would be like a sunny boy who loves sports. It is estimated that his height is between 185 and 188, and his figure is considered strong. His brown hair is shaved into a buzz cut, and his facial lines are sunny and tough, and there is almost no Jewish feature. There was no introduction from the host, and there was no preparation. He directly raised the microphone in his hand and greeted the dense crowd below the stage. Hello, I was thinking about how to introduce myself so that you can get your attention away from the old man who created Star Wars. Now it seems that I'm quite charming, isn't it? He knew the group of college students in the audience. It can be said that those who choose art-related majors all have certain personalities. In addition, there is no need to make the speech serious because freedom is highly respected here. No one wants to listen to a peer talking about big principles. Yes, you are very cool. Wayne, I love you. Several unrestrained girls heard his cheesing, raised their hands to their mouths to make trumpets, and began to scream at the stage. Shrugging exaggeratedly, Wayne continued, "Hey, girls, you will make me the public enemy of all boys. Well, according to the usual practice, I should talk to you about dreams, or how to succeed. Unfortunately, this is bound to disappoint my teacher. I'm not going to talk about those vague things." In fact, Wayne really did not prepare a manuscript, since he was invited by the professor to impart some experience to these students. He did not plan to talk about those chicken soup in the eyes of others. Instead, he wanted to talk about the real Hollywood. As for whether these students can listen to it, it is not his concern. Slowly walking from the middle of the podium to the edge, Wayne clearly saw the faces full of activity. The whole small auditorium was not only full, but also had some people standing sparsely, all curiously staring at his movements. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, he began to walk along the edge of the podium and said into the microphone, "In recent years, many people have called me a genius, and many people have asked me the secret of my success. I can share with you that the secret is to listen to your teacher." He winked at the audience and raised a hand to point at Professor Anderson Horowitz. There was an immediate applause at the scene, and everyone understood that he was thanking the professor for his teaching in another way. After the applause, the small auditorium returned to silence again. Wayne suddenly put away the smile on his face, tightened his muscles, and said very seriously, "Don't think I'm joking. It's very important to listen to the teacher. As everyone knows, my shooting style is definitely not mainstream. In my 4 years of college life, the professor has warned me more than once that movies must first serve the public. Only when more people are recognized can you have the opportunity to play the so-called art." I think Professor Anderson Horowitz must have said something similar to you. Remember these words. For students who want to dive into Hollywood in the future, it will definitely be of great benefit. In the eyes of many people, movies are like creating a sweet dream. This job is full of artistic atmosphere. What I want to tell you is to get rid of this shitty idea. Many people have heard about my experience. I want to share it with you here again. Maybe some of you can get some inspiration from it. If you can understand the real Hollywood from it, you may find your place in this circle. When he said this, everyone's attention was immediately focused. Wayne's story when he just graduated can be seen everywhere in USC, gossip media and other places, but most of them are guesses. Most of the people who came today came to listen to him personally tell about his struggle. No one doesn't want to be the second Wayne Greenberg. As long as they are students of the USC School of Film and Art, they all want to copy his career. When I was in my 3rd year, I had already started preparing and shooting my first feature film, Happy Death Day. While he was talking, he suddenly found that in the last row of the crowd, 2 classmates had set up cameras. They were not the old-fashioned film cameras, but the DVs that the book was promoting. But he didn't care at all, and even smiled at the student who was filming, and continued to say into the microphone, perhaps according to normal people's thinking, I should go to those well-known Hollywood film companies, take what I think is a unique script, and sell my dream. But contrary to your imagination, I have long recognized my position, and never tried such a process. Some of you must have the same idea now. Believe me, even if you are a well-known genius, the chance of getting a production company to pay you millions of dollars with just a script or something like that is infinitely close to zero. Because I have never had such fantasies, the first effort I made was to find a way to prove my ability to the outside world. This is very important, otherwise it will be an endless cycle for newcomers who have just stepped into Hollywood. Of course, I'm relatively lucky in proving my ability, because another old farmer named Greenberg paid for my first movie. He mentioned his father without hesitation, and even had obvious pride on his face, which also caused a burst of laughter from the audience. I believe many people will think that the reason why you can achieve success is because of the support of a rich father. I will tell you clearly that, yes, I took the first step because of a good father. But the key point is not here, but the opportunity. Yes, opportunity. I say this to tell you that when an opportunity appears in front of you, you must make sure that you are ready to grab it. Everyone will get opportunities of varying sizes, and before that, all you have to do is study hard to learn everything related to it, and then wait patiently for it to appear. Of course, I prefer to work hard on my own, but no matter what, you must first have the ability to seize opportunities, otherwise, failure will eventually greet you. Chapter 441. Let's try our best, and see you later. The whole small auditorium was extremely quiet at this time. Only Wayne's voice was echoing, and everyone was listening to his speech carefully, including George Lucas, who was sitting next to the podium. However, what he didn't know was that in addition to the father of Star Wars sitting on the stage, there were two well-known alumni of USC sitting in the corner of the audience. They came here this time, also invited by George Lucas to attend the alumni gathering. The two were very low-key, also wearing a peaked cap, staring curiously at the young man who was speaking on the stage. Robert, what do you think he wants to express? A man whose bald head could not be covered even by a peaked cap looked at his companion and asked in a relaxed tone, I don't believe he is just showing off that he has a good father. Robert Zemi Jones on the side thought about it, lowered his voice and muttered, he may want to tell these children how to enter Hollywood, which is the right way. Ron Howard nodded and put his attention to the front again. At this time, Wayne walked back to the middle of the podium with a self-deprecating smile on his face. I think many of my classmates would wonder, we are not as lucky as you, and we don't have a good father who will pay for our movies. His words once again caused a burst of laughter, but this time he did not join in the laughter. Instead, he put away all his expressions and looked carefully at everyone in the audience. The laughter in the crowd gradually subsided. Wayne looked at them seriously and said, the specific method I'm going to talk about below is applicable to most students. I hope you can remember it carefully. If you are ready, I mean ready to seize the opportunity, then first of all, you need to throw away the script that you think is exquisite and patiently do market research. If you want to make your own plan, investigate how many cameras are needed for shooting, how many millimeters of film are needed, where is the shooting location to save money, how many actors are needed for the crew, how much is the salary, how many behind the scenes staff are needed, even to refine how many lighting technicians, how many assistants, how many props, how many temporary workers are hired, and so on. The purpose of all this is to make a detailed estimate of the production cost first. Note that this is just the beginning of all the work. Then you have to do market research based on the project you are making, give the film a clear positioning, and lock in your audience. Of course, what I said is just a simple process. The work you have to face is much more complicated than this. When you have done everything you can, write it all down and make a complete, detailed, and feasible project plan. The last thing to do is to take your project plan and then go to attract investment. Believe me, if you do everything I said, the probability of attracting investment will definitely be dozens of times greater than the probability of you just holding a script and doing it randomly. I believe some people must be very confused now. Aren't these things what producers should do? I'm a film director and have never been involved in similar work. What I want to tell you is to learn and try. Wayne thought about it and began to use himself as an example to increase his persuasiveness. Some people ask me why I can achieve continuous success. I can tell you that I can get sufficient investment before each shooting, which is the biggest support for me to concentrate on my creation. Maybe you think that to become a successful director, you need creative talent and talent? It seems that there is nothing wrong with saying this, but my personal experience is that if you want to be a successful director, the most challenging thing is your ability to find money, otherwise everything is useless. I believe that many people have heard that some directors are still running around for investment in their first feature film more than 10 years after graduation. The method I will tell you now can effectively reduce this time cost. Before participating in this speech, most people thought that Wayne would talk about the philosophy of success on the podium like those successful alumni, and perhaps even show off the difficulties on the road. But what surprised people was that he did not talk too much about his own experience, but instead gave a specific method that seemed to be achievable by everyone. After Wayne said this, he deliberately stopped his speech to give those students who took careful notes time to digest it. Okay, finally I want to tell you that if you still can't do what I just said, then listen to the teacher's words down to earth. Find your position down to earth, and go to the crew for internship after graduation, which is also a good choice. Just like me, I always keep in mind the teachings of Professor Anderson Horowitz. Movies must first be accepted by more audiences. Only when you are accepted by the general public of movie fans, you are qualified to consider the so-called art. Because of these teachings, I overturned my first feature film plan and successfully chose to produce Happy Death Day. Because of these teachings, I once filmed and produced the world-famous Joker, and it was also these words that filmed and produced Batman Begins. It can be seen how important it is to listen to the teacher. If you ask me now, what is the secret of continuous success, I will tell you again, that you must listen to the teacher, because it is very likely to make you a billionaire. Thank you. As Wayne's voice fell, the small auditorium immediately broke out in applause, and hundreds of students below stood up. Regardless of whether they agreed with his point of view or not, they all gave their own applause and screams at this moment. Professor Anderson Horowitz also stood up from his chair, clapping his hands with a bright smile on his face. George Lucas, who came with him, clapped his hands, while looking at Wayne thoughtfully. Naomi Watts and Nina, who were off the stage, also clapped along with the students. Do you think it's feasible? Robert Zemeckis clapped his hands, while looking at his companions and whispered, if you were a newly graduated director, what would happen if you used the method he just mentioned? Ron Howard smiled bitterly, and shook his head, also whispering, I imagined it myself. If no one in the circle knows each other, this method of being a producer, project initiator, screenwriter, and director by one person may be the most suitable way for novices to struggle, and it is also the most likely way to impress production companies or investors. They all knew that, although it seemed that anyone could learn this method, there were many difficulties to be faced in the early stage of work, and some luck was still needed in many places. In fact, even if Wayne gave a specific method, I'm afraid that not many students can do it, because no one will tell them that compared to being a director who can only shoot movies, a successful producer needs more talent and extremely high comprehensive qualities. The applause gradually stopped, and the two famous directors who had been hiding in the corner for many years were also ready to leave the small auditorium with the students. There was plenty of time for the alumni gathering in the afternoon. They could get to know the young man and even sit down and chat together to exchange their experiences in filming and making movies. Mr. Greenberg, is it difficult to create? Why do you always have so much inspiration? Just as everyone was about to leave, a crisp female voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. You know, although similar speeches have a question answering session, there is no such arrangement today. The girl's sudden question made everyone turn their attention to the center of the podium again. Is it difficult? Wayne looked at the white girl and repeated the other party's question. The so-called creation actually requires you to always be curious about the world. My method is to maintain my curiosity and desire to explore, and then keep working hard for it. Seeing that the students who were about to leave had stopped, he simply walked to the edge of the podium and raised the microphone again. I know everyone wants to be successful, and that's why you're willing to come and listen to my speech. But unfortunately, I don't know how you can be successful, and I can't teach you how to be successful. But I can tell you that, if you really want to pursue success, don't be afraid, don't be confused, just keep moving forward, keep moving upward, don't stop, then at least you can be guaranteed to be closer and closer to the so-called success. Listen, the reason why geniuses in the eyes of humans are so outstanding is not because they are gifted, but because they have made continuous efforts. It's not the end of the world if no one invests in you. The length of film you shoot and practice privately is the necessary preparation for anyone to become a master from an ordinary person. Yes, my mother used to be a producer and writer, and my father used to be the owner of a film company. Very good genes, huh? But talent is the most abundant thing in this world. You should have heard of, or seen the hit The Matrix in this summer's movie. What you see is just the current popularity of director Zack Snyder. Yes, He has all the talents that a successful director has, but no one sees that he has been studying and working hard for many years in micro. So ladies and gentlemen, whether you choose to enter the film and television industry after graduation, whether you are confused about your career after graduation, whether you have only a few dollars in your pocket, go and boldly find something you love and worth your life's hard work. Let's see you after we work hard. Boom. After Wayne finished his last words and bowed slightly, thunderous applause broke out in the small auditorium. The young people did not scream or whistle this time, but applause that lasted for 5 or 6 minutes. Even the security guards at the door ran in to check the situation and then retreated inexplicably. Honey, I think. Lina, a white girl who was reading a newspaper before the speech, followed her boyfriend out and leaned on his shoulder and said, I think I understand why you admire Wayne. Go back and rent his previous movie tapes for me. I want to watch them carefully. No problem. The boy smiled and nodded. Hey, honey, I believe that you will become a great director like him in the future. The girl kissed the boy on the face and leaned over to his ear to encourage him. That must be very cool. Chapter 442. What drives Hollywood's discovery is commercial films. The method you told them is very feasible, but it is still idealistic. Looking at the crowd, who left the stage one after another amid the chattering, George Lucas stood beside Wayne, stroking his beard with one hand, and said with emotion, Wayne, you have to know that not every student is as versatile as you. It is really rare to want to accumulate so much knowledge at this age. George. Wayne crossed his arms in front of his chest and tilted his head to glance at the father of Star Wars. If you can't do it, then go and learn. After so many years in the circle, I always feel that this method is the closest to the direction of success. Professor Anderson Horowitz nodded silently. He still agreed with the views of his proud student. Although it is difficult to achieve as smoothly as Wayne, and some luck is also needed in the process, it is better to work hard than to go to the production company with a script that you think is novel and get hurt. Honey, I thought you would tell the students clearly that the essence of Hollywood is the assembly line. Naomi Watts and Nina came up from the stage, raised her eyebrows, and her tone was full of joy. The Australian actress still remembers very clearly what Wayne said to her during the post-production of her first film Happy Death Day. If Hollywood is stripped of its glamorous outer layer, the most real side is undoubtedly the assembly line. At that time, she still had artistic fantasies about movies, but when she officially starred in her first film, she was completely exposed by this big boy and got to know the true face of Hollywood. After observing for 5 or 6 years, she felt more and more that Wayne's success was justified, because as early as 5 or 6 years ago, he had seen the rules of the game in Hollywood. Nami, this is the school. Pointing at the ground in a bad mood, Wayne said without disguising, although society has always been so red, it is not too early to turn those students' movie dreams into nightmares. In fact, every student studying film and television related majors has similar fantasies, because in the eyes of most people, movies are like a dream making machine, full of beauty. This is the belief that many young people work hard for, and even he once had such a dream. Wayne's words caused a burst of laughter from the 2 old men around him. Of course, they all understood that, if they wanted to find their place in Hollywood more easily and succeed, becoming part of the assembly line was an inevitable choice. But every professor would never instill this in students in school, because this is contradictory to the so-called art, and no one is willing to experience the reality of society and school in advance. Let's go. Let's find a place to rest and eat something. George Lucas smiled and patted Wayne's shoulder, looking at the empty auditorium, and took the lead to walk outside. A few old friends will come over this afternoon, Wayne. Believe me, you will never regret coming to the party. I hope so. There was one sentence he was embarrassed to say. It seemed to be a simple alumni reunion, and these alumni all came from the not so small circle of Hollywood, and their social attributes were directly pulled to the ceiling. After all, the famous alumni who could come were all those who had made achievements in the industry. But if you want to participate in similar famous alumni gatherings, the threshold is quite high, and it is also quite painful. Normally, everyone who comes to attend the reunion at their alma mater will be generous to some extent and support the development and continuation of their alma mater in the name of donations. This is the source of construction for many famous universities. Even some of the top universities in the United States rely on donations from famous alumni to maintain their lives. Whenever the school has any activities, it will invite some alumni who have done well to come back and participate. This is the meaning. Giving back to the alma mater. In Wayne's memory, it seems that every famous rich man has similar actions, especially George Lucas, the richest man in Hollywood, who has spared no effort in donating to USC. In Nina's handbag, which she always carries with her, there is a signed check for $500,000. No matter what the theme of George Lucas' party is, this check will be sent out before it starts. Can you believe it? Naomi Watts looked at the three men who were talking happily in front of her and said to Nina beside her, as early as when he made his first film, Happy Death Day, he had already seen through the beautiful coat of Hollywood. I still remember the conversation with him at that time. The Australian actress' expression suddenly became serious, and the assistant lady noticed at a glance that she was deliberately imitating Wayne's seriousness. Listen, Naomi, if there is a director who uses so-called art to lure you to participate in a film, don't be polite, just tell him, F***K off. Ha 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 ha. The two women couldn't help laughing at the same time. Wayne in front heard the laughter and looked back at the two women in confusion, but what he got was Naomi Watts shaking his fist. The two women behind didn't know that coincidentally, the three men in front were also talking about this topic. However, compared to the Australian actress's understanding, the father of Star Wars understood it better. Why are Hollywood movies so popular in the world, suppressing European mainstream movies? George Lucas took the lead and walked into a restaurant. After everyone sat down and ordered food, he looked at Wayne and continued the topic. Remember how those European filmmakers united to scold you and boycott you? Waving his hand, Wayne took out a cigarette and gestured to the waiter. After getting affirmative permission, he took out a cigarette and lit it. I don't care what they say about me. Even if those people jump up and down, they can't stop my film from conquering their market. These words were spoken bluntly, but they were tacitly agreed by several people at the scene. Everyone knew that some traditionally closed film markets in Europe were forcefully opened by his Joker, like an invincible battering ram. Before many filmmakers could react, Joker had already opened up their market with Wayne Greenberg's name and Hollywood's sophisticated film industry. In fact, it's no wonder that those European filmmakers united to scold Wayne. They were really unlucky. They finally survived the dark storm he had set off with Joker. Before they could figure out what was going on, Steven Spielberg brought Jurassic Park and once again used sophisticated special effects to take over the theater market around the world. After these two movies, no matter how remote the overseas regions were, they deeply realized the influence of Hollywood movies, an irresistible influence. George Lucas laughed dumbly and suddenly felt that the person he chose to talk to this time might have been a mistake from the beginning. The other party didn't need to consider the reasons behind the popularity of Hollywood movies in the world, because his movies never needed to consider those things. Maybe it would be strange if they really failed one day. Ms. Watts has just given the answer to this question. Professor Anderson Horowitz suddenly spoke up, smiled at the surprised Australian actress, and said, after so many years of teaching, the answer I observed from a bystander's perspective is the assembly line. The reason why Hollywood movies are popular all over the world and have an increasing influence is, after all, the assembly line that people use in a derogatory sense. That's right. George Lucas nodded and continued his words. Modeled and industrialized shooting and production. When a movie enters the theater market for screening, it has entered this complete factory, from the production and sales of film peripherals to the production company's complete copyright operations in various channels after the movie is taken off the shelves. In fact, this is a dazzling assembly line. Naomi Watts on the side opened her mouth in surprise. She obviously did not expect that George Lucas, the famous father of Star Wars, who is regarded as a belief by countless North American film and television practitioners and fans, would have the same views on movies as Wayne. She suddenly asked, George, do you mean that Star Wars is also a product of the assembly line? That's right. The father of Star Wars smiled and picked up the coffee, took a big sip, and said without hesitation, my Star Wars is also a product produced by the Hollywood Film Factory. At this time, Wayne suddenly understood why all the film critics in North America hated George Lucas, because he never concealed his views and tore off the fig leaf of film art. When Star Wars was released, it was said to have received bad reviews from film critics all over North America. Some extreme film critics even published ridicule and abuse in their columns. This matter is almost known to everyone. But the consequences were absolutely shattered by countless people. Once Star Wars was released, it gained the enthusiasm of countless fans. In that era, it was no longer a box office hit. The consensus of people in the industry was that Star Wars completely opened the era of commercial films. It was also George Lucas who pioneered the miracle of selling commercial film peripherals, making countless products with Star Wars stickers a target of fans rush to buy. Some B*******HS will never understand that art does exist in movies, but what drives the development of Hollywood is always commercial films that are more suitable for ordinary audiences to watch. George Lucas said with sarcasm, and seemed to notice that there were ladies present. He picked up the sandwich and put it in his mouth. After a simple lunch, Wayne politely said goodbye to the respected Professor Anderson Horowitz and followed the father of Star Wars to the gathering place, which was a small projection classroom. When they arrived, they found that some people had arrived early, accompanied by the sound of chatting and laughter. Chapter 443 Tell Wayne that I want to talk to him. According to the survey data of Warner Brothers, the profit of Hollywood movies at the box office is declining year by year. There will still be special cases of low-cost high box office such as low-cost horror movies and shit and fart comedies, but the frequency is also showing a trend of decreasing. The bulk of the movie revenue is gradually generated by movie peripheral derivatives, videotapes, and copyright operations in various channels after the movie is taken off the shelves. The proportion of box office profit will only decrease. In a corner of the projection classroom, Wayne was holding a glass of champagne and talking freely. The people around him were almost all big directors in the circle, who were not much different from him. They also had the same identity, that is, famous alumni of the University of Southern California. Well, Wayne, don't tell me that this is a reason why Warner Brothers has been investing in big productions in recent years. Robert Zemeckis, who had just met George Lucas, suddenly teased. There are reasons for this. Wayne nodded with a smile, clinked his glasses with the other party, and continued. This is also the reason why I'm optimistic about the superhero market. If a movie wants to attract widespread attention and interest from fans before it is released, it must have something that can attract them. With the progress in special effects and post-production, it is obviously possible for comic heroes with enough topicality to go on the big screen. And to make this type of film, whether it is science fiction, action popcorn, or superhero, it requires very large investment and production. Compared with constantly testing the market with a small bet for a big gain, large investment and large production can guarantee a higher success rate. So, to a certain extent, future movies will be more like a promotional film, and the focus of profit is the profits behind the success of the movie. The people present were all top figures in the industry, and they more or less agreed with his point of view. In addition, Warner Brothers has been relying on such a strategy to achieve continuous success in recent years. This does not refer only to Wayne's works. If you analyze other successful works of Warner Brothers carefully, they also follow the same path. Steven Spielberg, who had been silent all this time, took a sip of wine, shook his head, and sighed. Such a trend is a disaster for small and medium-sized film production companies. Before a movie is released, it is a gamble whose outcome no one can guess. After big investment and big production become the mainstream, the failure of a movie can bankrupt small and medium-sized film companies several times. Among the filmmakers present, the Jewish good man was probably the one who felt the most deeply. When all the decisions of DreamWorks were on his shoulders, he could understand the difficulties. In the face of the success of Warner Brothers in the past 2 years, Hollywood's already high production costs have been adjusted upward again without knowing it. Many people have this feeling. In the first few years, $80 million could still be considered a first-line big production, but in the past 2 years, the investment that was called first-line has quietly exceeded $100 million. Faced with the huge pressure of returning the investment, many small and medium-sized production companies simply choose not to wade into this muddy water and continue to make low-cost horror films to make a small bet for a big win. Everyone knows that big investment and big production mean huge profit margins, but if a project with an investment of 80 million or even hundreds of millions fails, it means that small and medium-sized production companies will be insolvent and have only one way to go: bankruptcy and liquidation. That's right. Ron Howard nodded in agreement and said with emotion, "Wayne, not all production companies are Warner Brothers. Among the 6 major companies, Warner Brothers is also the best in terms of risk resistance, so they dare to make big investments. So, if you want to reduce the risk." Wayne shrugged, thinking of the common practice more than a decade later. He said, "The only way is co-production. Under this model, multiple production companies share risks and share the benefits of the harvest. This is a good insurance. This is a model that has always existed, especially among the 6 giants, jointly investing, sharing risks, and then sharing the benefits. The 6 giants both cooperate and compete, and cooperation always comes before competition. As the cost of production increases, similar situations will occur more frequently. No, the safest way is not this." George Lucas greeted other alumni, came over with a glass of wine, and faced the question that made everyone think, stretched out a finger, and shook it with a smile. "The safest way to make a big investment and a big production is to let you participate in it, preferably as a screenwriter, director, and producer. Well, of course, you have to be the initiator of the project." Ha ha ha. Hey, I think George is right. George, believe me, you have found the wealth code of Hollywood. Ha ha ha. Facing the ridicule and laughter of the crowd, Wayne shrugged helplessly. The actual age of the directors around him was much older than his. Some of them were more than enough to be his father, but in actual chatting, he found that these people maintained different degrees of innocence. But what he didn't know was that although the people around him were laughing, no one raised any objections, which obviously showed that they sincerely agreed with the views of the father of Star Wars. "George, no one can succeed forever." Wayne handed the glass to Nina behind him, took out a cigarette and lit it, and said through the smoke he exhaled, "There are too many factors that can affect the success or failure of a film. Even now, I still treat every work with caution. Just like this The Departed, I dare to swear that the effort I put into it is definitely not less than Joker in 1993, but it obviously has a much narrower audience. To be honest, every time I carry hundreds of millions of investments and start filming, I will be under pressure and can't sleep well, worrying that one day I will suddenly lose my market sensitivity and fall into a big fall." What he said was all from the heart. Even if he knew that the projects he made had a certain guarantee of success rate, he would still be overwhelmed when he carried hundreds of millions of investments on his shoulders. No one can tell him whether the future box office hits will not be adapted to the local conditions now, and whether the fans will be confused when he modifies the future element in the film. In fact, he is also constantly testing and taking risks. Don't think that Warner Brothers and he are so close now. That's because everyone from executives to shareholders can enjoy the huge profits he has created. Think about it. If Batman Begins fails at the box office and Warner Brothers loses hundreds of millions of dollars, what will happen? At that time, most of Wayne's privileges will definitely be taken back. If the next movie with an investment of hundreds of millions continues to fail, let alone the privileges in project production, I'm afraid even he will be selectively abandoned. Those executives and shareholders who lost money will definitely want to throw him to Mexico to sell powder to make money. So things have not changed. The higher the status and privileges, the greater the risks and pressure. Perhaps only some patience has changed. Others may disappear in Hollywood after failing once, but he may have a chance to turn things around after failure. Come on, Wayne, we are not those amateur film critics who are easy to fool. Steven Spielberg raised his eyebrows, stretched out a finger, tapped his shoulder, and said, "The purpose of making The Departed is self-evident. Just talking about the box office of the film, it is definitely not a failure. A gangster film with a production cost of only tens of millions has now earned nearly $400 million at the box office. You call this a failure?" While everyone was talking and laughing, in a corner not far from them, there was a sturdy woman who looked like a black aunt. She was wearing a colorful dress and took a sip from a glass from time to time. Her eyes never left Wayne, and there was a hesitant light in her eyes. In fact, Naomi Watts, who was sitting alone, noticed this woman early. She often saw women giving Wayne special looks. She understood that a billionaire with a net worth of over $1 billion, coupled with his status and power in the circle, and good looks, it would be difficult for women not to miss him. But as time went by, she gradually realized that something was wrong. This sturdy woman, who looked like a black woman from the slums in terms of her dress and figure, was obviously out of place here. It was never easy for her to attend the alumni gathering called by George Lucas. What puzzled her even more was her eyes. The African American woman's eyes did not have the greed of other actresses, but more like some kind of hesitation. The Australian actress slapped herself on the forehead and suddenly remembered that she had indeed seen this woman, but it had been too long, and she did not react at all. Julia, Naomi Watts, holding a glass of wine, walked a few steps to the side and back of the black woman and called out tentatively. The African American woman in front of her turned her head and was obviously stunned when she saw her. However, the Australian actress had already confirmed her identity at this moment. She showed a warm and elegant smile and greeted her. "I didn't expect it was really you. My God. If Wayne knew you were here today, he would definitely be very happy." Julia seemed a little overwhelmed at this time. She didn't expect that the big star would still remember her appearance after only seeing her once or twice. "Hello, Ms. Watts." Julia nodded, organizing her words while greeting. "I saw on the news that you and Wayne have a child. Congratulations." "Thank you." Naomi Watts remembered it very clearly. Wayne may have rarely mentioned it in the past 2 years, but in the past few years, he would always mention it inadvertently. His biggest regret was that he failed to pull the senior sister with superb editing skills into his team. Later, the editing work of each of his films was taken over by Dawn, a senior commercial film editor, and gradually he no longer missed the senior sister who helped him and shared his work experience with him. "Ms. Watts, please tell Wayne that I would like to talk to him sometime." Julia took out a business card and stuffed it into Naomi Watts' hand. Without paying attention to the Australian actress' response, she turned and walked towards the door of the screening room. Chapter 444. There is only one winner. Wayne gained a lot from this party, which was very different from what he had imagined. The several big directors in the circle that he met through the introduction of George Lucas, although they all had different personalities, were not as difficult to get along with as he had imagined. He could be considered to be canvassing for himself in advance. Everyone knew that this young man had ambitions for the Oscars early next year. Under the premise that there was no conflict, he was at least willing to sell himself in exchange for a favor. The party lasted for about 2 hours, and people began to leave one after another. With the end of this party, Wayne's trip to his alma mater also came to an end. He has never been a good drinker. At the end, he felt a little dizzy. He got in the car in a daze and returned to the manor. Just when Wayne was about to get busy again and start preparing for the second Batman, a clip of his speech in the small auditorium of his alma mater appeared in the media, which attracted considerable attention for a while. Warner Brothers responded very quickly. They were very enthusiastic about marketing Wayne. After contacting the students who filmed the scene, they paid a price that the students could not refuse and bought the complete speech from them. It only took one day for the carefully edited speech clips to be broadcast on several TV stations under Time Warner. For a time, it not only attracted the attention of film and television related professional staff, but also made countless ordinary people in North America have a deeper understanding of him. In the public's impression, Wayne is a talented director. Every film he made is very different from traditional Hollywood popcorn. The main reason that forces ordinary movie fans to go to the theater and buy tickets to watch the film every time is by no means a damn personal style. They don't care about those weird things. What attracts ordinary movie fans is that every story is told in a way that makes people empathize. This phenomenon of empathy with the general public was first triggered by Joker. For example, the main reason why fans can ignore the horror film attribute of it and watch it with their family is the description of the beautiful childhood and the appropriate recollection of friendship in the film. In addition to the movie, people are most interested in his gossip and wealth, not to mention that he is predicted to have a net worth of over $1 billion by financial media, which can bring many fantasies to ordinary people. It is his scandals with different female stars that are the long-lasting sales guarantee of gossip tabloids. This speech clip allows ordinary people to see a relatively real Wayne, especially his explanation of hard work, which not only encourages students related to film and television, but also makes countless young people in other industries excited. So on the newspapers of the next day, many authoritative media put the sentence, "The reason why geniuses in the eyes of humans are extraordinary is not that they are superior to others, but that they have made continuous efforts in private." In the most conspicuous section, it should be noted here that the authoritative media involved in the report this time are not only those related to entertainment, but also social newspapers such as the New York Times. For example, the Washington Post wrote in the social discussion section, "So gentlemen and ladies, whether you choose to enter the film industry after graduating from college, whether you are confused about your career after graduation, and whether you only have a few dollars in your pockets, go boldly find something you love and worth your life's hard work. Let's work hard together and see you later. Wayne Greenberg." The Los Angeles Times also published the headline on the front page, "If you really want to succeed, don't be afraid, don't be confused, just keep moving forward, keep moving upward, and don't stop. Then, at least you can be guaranteed to get closer and closer to the so-called success." Wayne Greenberg. Unlike those social and entertainment newspapers, the sentence "you must listen to your teacher carefully because that may make you a billionaire" is published in the newspapers of USC and even countless top-ranked universities in North America. Compared with the confusion of most ordinary students, the motivation of this sentence is top-notch. In this land, no matter what industry you end up in, becoming a billionaire is definitely a sign of a very small number of successful people. Faced with various reports from the outside world, Wayne did not stand up and speak again, but hid in the manor and began to patiently draw the storyboard of The Dark Knight. Things that make people laugh and cry happen from time to time. After his speech was widely reported, two Ivy League schools actually sent invitations to Jimmy to invite him to give a speech at the school. In fact, such invitations were not reported to Wayne. All of them were rejected by Nina. She knew her boss too well. He usually didn't like to stay in the spotlight. Even opportunities like times that others couldn't even ask for could be directly abandoned. Now he has started to work, and it is even less likely that he is willing to show up in the spotlight. Some people may like to give speeches everywhere to increase their popularity, but Wayne is completely different. He never lacks opportunities for exposure, and he never needs to use hype to make money. When Wayne returned to work again and prepared the storyboard for The Dark Knight, the first team member who ran to the manor to report was the Mexican director Guillermo del Toro. This time, the Mexican bearded man will assist him in making the storyboard and participate in the project throughout the process. At the same time, while Wayne was hiding in the manor and concentrating on making preliminary preparations for his next masterpiece, the North American theater market seemed to be calm. Since its release, A Time to Kill has been crushing Miramax's From Dusk Till Dawn with a crushing momentum. According to the latest data released by an authoritative third-party forecasting company in North America, A Time to Kill, as a film that purely explores lore, with its star-studded lineup, the North American box office will not be less than $100 million, and the global box office will not be less than $150 million. Subject to the type of film. On the other hand, Miramax's From Dusk Till Dawn, although it has received praise from many film critics, and people have called Robert Rodriguez a genius who is expected to catch up with Wayne's footsteps, the film has been declining in the theater market, or it has never been high. According to the analysis of various market professionals, the North American box office of this film will not exceed $20 million. If luck is good, it may reach the production cost line of $19 million. But this film is unlikely to lose money. Compared with the pre-cooling in the theater market, the type of film is perfectly suited to the videotape market. This type of film has always been a hotspot for offline videotape rental and trading. And Wayne's The Departed, subject to the audience size and the current fiercely competitive market, has fallen below $1 million in the single-day box office during the week when A Time to Kill was released, earning less than $4 million. If nothing unexpected happens, the scale of screening will be reduced again next week. This is completely a normal market rule. Warner Brothers did not force the theater chain companies to do so. As long as the number of theaters showing the film is reduced at a healthy rate, it can be fully guaranteed to be screened at more than 1,000 theaters before the awards season. The film is still moving towards the $150 million mark in North American box office at a leisurely pace. Although the speed has become extremely slow, there is no trend of stopping. Until then, many people in the industry and the other 5 of the 6 giants have completely reacted. The biggest winner of the entire summer season in 1996 still belongs to Warner Brothers. Compared with the previous few years of fighting back and forth, this time it is a complete victory for Warner Brothers. As long as the surviving production companies in Hollywood, even small and medium-sized film companies, know that the final results of a commercial film are not just the quality of the film. There are many factors that can affect the box office after the release, including the film's subject matter, type, investment scale, and publicity and promotion scope, the number of theaters and screens that opened the film, etc. Putting aside the influence of the stars and directors involved in the film, the type of audience of the film is the point that has the greatest impact on the box office. Therefore, when facing Wayne's The Departed, Disney did not deliberately choose to avoid the edge of the film as it did in the summer season of the previous year. When a pure summer season popcorn like Ransom Storm encounters a film that is obviously for professional awards, there is no need to hide at all, because it does not conform to the rules of Hollywood for decades. However, the facts are quite embarrassing. The masterpiece initiated by Disney's new CEO was squeezed far from expectations by such a movie. With Disney's complete global distribution channels and upstream and downstream operation capabilities, this film can completely rely on time to recover its costs in the end, but the time cost that requires years is calculated, and Michael Ovitz should not be able to wait. At this point in time, only Sony Columbia among the 6 giants stayed out of it, but Wayne's crazy action of stirring up the entire summer season still gave up the other 5 companies except Warner Brothers, and felt deeply malicious. Through what happened this year, everyone has a ruler in their hearts. You may not be able to make friends with that dark madman, nor can you reach a cooperative relationship with him, but you must remember that, if you are not sure of killing him in one go, don't easily throw dirty water on him or blacken him, even if his existence has affected part of your own interests. Because this madman has never had the patience to endure and wait. Even if his revenge will hurt his own interests, he will make everyone unable to make money with him. All the knowledgeable people in the circle can probably guess the price Wayne paid for disrupting the summer season. No one wants him to go crazy again. Chapter 445, Castle Rock acquired by Warner Brothers. Time slowly moved forward to mid-August. Since Wayne started to work, he no longer cared about the box office trend of The Departed. In his heart, this film has been able to make a profit, so there is no need to involve his energy. Besides, everything is under the supervision of Warner Brothers publicity and distribution department. Those people are much more professional than him, so there is no need to pay too much attention. The time for this film to make people more worried has not come yet. At least it will not start its real mission until the beginning of next year. So Wayne must try his best to speed up the progress of the work at hand. The earlier the preparatory work for The Dark Knight starts, the more time will be left for filming. The most ideal result is to shoot all the footage before the arrival of the awards season next year. Only in this way can he devote himself to the work of rushing for awards with peace of mind. Even if there is still a long time, as long as he thinks of various public relations lobbying activities, film parties, and social cocktail parties, he will feel a headache. But if he wants the little golden man, all this cannot be avoided. The purpose of the Academy has always been like this. Not only will they not try to stop everyone from doing public relations, they will also secretly encourage similar things, because in the eyes of the old men in the Academy, only if you show an attitude of striving for it, will they consider giving you the little golden man. Otherwise, even if your film is shot in line with their tastes and can impress as many media and film critics as possible, as long as you don't have an attitude of striving for it, you may not even get a nomination. The rules of the game have always been like this, and Wayne must adapt to it. Under the awning in front of the small garden of Greenberg Manor, Wayne is next to his daughter, who is staring with curious eyes and looking around on the recliner. While enjoying the special feeling of taking care of his daughter, he occasionally discusses a few words with Gilmore across from him about the plot of the script or the planning of the camera arrangement. And Naomi Watts has started frequent exchanges with Nicole Kidman these days. Perhaps because of the lack of friends, she will leave her child to him in the morning these 2 days, and then go shopping or beauty with Mrs. Cruz. Boss, I found out. There was a rustling sound of footsteps, and Wayne and the little guy beside him turned back to look at Nina, who was walking over. The Mexican bearded man on the other side looked at him with a questioning look in his eyes and wanted to leave temporarily to give them room to talk. Tell me, what's going on? Wayne shook his head slightly at Gilmore, habitually wanting to light a cigarette, but seeing the little guy beside him, he reluctantly put down his hand. Hey, little Fendi, how about we go to see the butterflies? The housekeeper Helen noticed his movements, took the initiative to come over and hold the child, and walk to the garden in front. Nina first took off her glasses and wiped them hard, then pulled out a bottle of beer from the ice bucket, raised her neck, and drank it generously. Then she calmly opened the briefcase at hand, took out a few stapled printed papers, and handed them to her boss. Wayne saw that the little guy was carried away, lit a cigarette, took the printed materials, and at the same time, the voice of the assistant lady's explanation was heard. I think the reason why your senior sister Julia Francis, the master of editing, wants to see you is probably because of this. She pointed to the first piece of printed paper, which was specially marked. The operation of Castle Rock Pictures has been relatively stable in the past few years, but there has not been any major profitable projects. Previously, the films produced by this small company Castle Rock have always been of the type of small scale and large scale, and the cooperating distribution company is Sony Columbia, which is basically in a sustainable state. But in early 1994, the owners of Castle Rock Pictures, Lauren Rayner and Alan Horn, chose to sell this small company, which had always been neither popular nor unpopular, to Ted Turner's Turner Broadcasting Company. The two ended all their investments in Hollywood and chose to take the money and leave. Listening to Nina's explanation, Wayne simply put down the information in his hand that gave him a headache, leaned back in the recliner and listened patiently. The assistant shrugged, as if she had known that he would do this, so she explained it in more detail. Originally, Turner Broadcasting Company did not change the business strategy of Castle Rock, which to a certain extent guaranteed that this small and medium-sized film company would experience fluctuations. However, this year, due to the surge in revenue in recent years, Warner Bros. Began to thoroughly reorganize the company's upstream and downstream channels, increase the company's diversity, and continuously acquire good media companies in the circle. This Turner Broadcasting Company was unable to withstand the financial offensive and squeeze of Warner Bros., and Ted Turner also chose to sell all his shares and withdraw with the money. In mid-July of this year, about a month ago, Warner Bros. Merged Hanna-Barbera Productions, which also belonged to the Turner Broadcasting Group, with Castle Rock Pictures. The reorganized company is still called Castle Rock and has become a wholly owned subsidiary of Warner Bros. But this series of reorganizations has also made the original employees of the two companies face a cruel layoff crisis. Nodding, Wayne probably understood what was going on. His senior sister, who looked more like a black aunt than an editing master, should have been affected by this acquisition and reorganization. He knew the personality of the senior student several years ago. She was a very optimistic and work-loving filmmaker. The most important thing was that she was practical and had no ambition. According to the normal rules of the industry for those who work behind the scenes with high standards, she should have left the small company with no future and chosen a bigger stage to show herself. But the senior student didn't think so. She liked the quiet working atmosphere there. Even though her income was far lower than her work level, she didn't complain at all. After the internship, she never left the post-production studio. How is Julia's situation now? After thinking carefully for a while, Wayne looked at the assistant. He knew that with her thoughtful style, she should have understood this aspect and would report to him. Very bad. Shrugging, Nina showed a rare expression of admiration on her face. Her youngest son was diagnosed with leukemia. She has spent all her savings over the years on medical treatment. But at this time, there is an unemployment crisis. Stop. Wayne frowned, exhaled a large cloud of white smoke, interrupted the other party's narration, and asked in confusion, I remember talking to her a few years ago. She should be single? Is she married? No. The assistant shook her head. She has 2 children, both adopted in the black area of the city center. This is what Nina admires. A successful African American woman who has escaped from the slums still maintains her love, and after discovering that her child is sick, she insists on providing treatment for her child. You must know that in the general perception here, black lives are far from worth the money for medical treatment. Even among African Americans themselves, there is the same idea. You know, boss, the insurance company won't care. Yes, insurance companies have 10,000 ways to drag those powerless ordinary people. I don't know how many times this has been on the news. When they waited until the patient died, all the problems became much simpler, because no family would have enough money to sue them after enduring such torture. Wayne sighed helplessly. He understood that with the strong character of the senior sister as a technician, if she was not desperate, she would not bother him. Boss, help me to make an appointment with Julia, and say that you want to invite her family to the manor, to visit and reminisce about the past. He put out the cigarette, butt in the ashtray, shook his head, and continued to instruct, in the name of the Greenberg Charity Foundation, help the child with leukemia find a better hospital. Then, the expenses all go to the charity fund account. At this point, Wayne laughed at himself. This is the first time that his charity fund has done a real charity since its establishment. This foundation is mainly used to avoid taxes, but he didn't expect that it would play a role one day. He would not give Julia a penny, because he knew that the senior sister with superb editing skills could live a good life in Hollywood with her own skills, as long as she could get through this difficult time. Let's have the family gathering before next week. Next week, the second Batman movie will be officially launched, and a press conference will be held. My schedule will be very tight by then. After saying that, he was ready to pick up the script and continue working, but he couldn't calm down. He simply threw the storyboard aside, looked at the assistant who was leisurely drinking beer, and asked, anything else? Oh, of course. Nina's face flashed with ridicule, and said, Morgan Freeman is back. After a few years of silence, someone remembered this African American old man with superb acting skills, and brought him back. Next thing. Waving his hand impatiently, Wayne was too lazy to listen to these gossips. It seemed that the old man's bad end was because of him, but in fact he didn't intervene at all. It was completely the overreaction of Warner Brothers that was in charge, so he didn't care about the old man at all. The accounting team led by Colin Howard has completed the reconciliation work with Warner Brothers. Most of the revenue from The Matrix will be transferred to Greenberg Studio within a week. Nina opened her work record book and began to read out the items one by one. It seems that she is in charge of all these tasks, but in fact, she has always been very good at keeping a sense of proportion. As long as it is related to money, she will definitely find an opportunity to report it. Well, here is a very interesting thing. You should be interested. Nina's eyes suddenly lit up, pushed her glasses, and looked at her boss. Someone is using your name to defraud money. It was reported by the Overseas Distribution Department of Warner Brothers. What? Huh. Such a strange thing attracted the attention of Wayne and Gilmore at the same time. They couldn't help but look at the assistant lady in surprise. You know, the society here is full of commercialization, and there must be a perfect legal basis. They are all very curious. Who would be stupid enough to do such a stupid thing? That is not worth the loss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446. You can't be the head of a family if you're neither deaf nor blind. Tell me about it. Since he was not in the mood to work for the time being. Wayne crossed his legs on the recliner, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and pulled out 2 bottles of beer from the ice bucket. After handing one to Guillermo opposite him, the 2 men were obviously ready to listen to their gossip. Nina looked down at her work notebook and said with a teasing mood, "The Asian branch of the Warner Brothers distribution department reported yesterday that a team from Hollywood has a feasible and highly feasible project plan in hand and is raising funds with local film investment funds and entertainment companies in Korea." She paused deliberately, looked at her boss, raised her eyebrows playfully, and continued, "The Hollywood team that is raising funds is said to be from the famous Greenberg studio. Not only is the project plan they hold in their hands extremely feasible and persuasive, they also have a series of authorization documents." As the assistant narrated, she and Wayne laughed together. They all knew that, if nothing unexpected happened, someone in Korea would be in trouble. This kind of thing is very common in this era. Almost many people in the circle know what is going on. Not to mention this relatively closed era, it still happened frequently in the years after the turn of the century. The project plan and other things in the hands of the team claiming to be from Hollywood are all real. I'm afraid that the only fake part is Wayne's photo. Just as Nina was about to continue, Naomi Watts, dressed like a girl next door, came over with a pair of sunglasses in her hand. "Hey, what happened to make you so happy?" Wearing a simple shorts and t-shirt, she looked very refreshing. The Australian actress squeezed Wayne, who was sitting cross-legged, crossed her long legs together, and sat next to him in the same posture. Nina shrugged and repeated what she had just said. Completely opposite to their reaction, Naomi Watts looked at Wayne, who was smiling, and looked at him seriously after hearing it. "Honey, they are infringing on your legal rights. You need to contact a lawyer and send a lawyer's letter to ask Warner Brothers to stop them immediately." "No, don't worry, Naomi." Patting the woman's arm gently, Wayne shook his head at her. "Nina, keep talking." "Okay." The assistant nodded. "This studio is called Greenberg, and ours is called Greenberg. It is also a legal company registered in Delaware. Maybe the office they rent is right next to ours. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Naomi Watts immediately reacted. She had heard of similar things many times, but this time it involved Wayne, so she didn't react for a while. Even if the Hollywood team was well prepared, there might be another non-existent Wayne Greenberg. In fact, this team is really a Hollywood company. Taking advantage of the lag in information communication, they take a very feasible project and go to places with fantasies about Hollywood to raise funds. Strictly speaking, they are not scammers, because all their procedures are real, and the investment they have attracted will most likely be used for the production of the project in hand. In this era, when the 6 giants are desperately trying to cheat overseas funds, small and medium-sized companies also have their own way of survival. They will use the funds raised to shoot movies. Regardless of whether the film makes a profit or a loss in the end, there is basically no possibility of returning it. Should we give Warner Brothers a heads up and stop them? Nina's face also had a relaxed expression of indifference, because even if this game is a dispute in 1 or 2 years, strictly speaking, it will not involve her. Or wait until those people get the money, and then let the lawyer talk to them. In fact, she prefers the latter method. Those people may not be afraid of anything overseas. After all, the United States is now at its strongest, and this kind of overseas lawsuit will hardly have any results. But if she makes trouble here, the other party can only bow down obediently. Strictly speaking, the other party is still raising funds in the name of Wayne. No matter whether it is just a photo or a headshot, as long as she is willing, even if she does not use the power of Warner Brothers in the circle, she can sue the other party to say nonsense or even go bankrupt by legal means. Forget it, let them be. Waving to the assistant, Wayne raised his head and took a big sip of beer. If this happened 3 or 4 years ago, he would not have missed the opportunity to make money. Even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars are still money, right? But then again, if this happened 3 or 5 years ago, those people would not play in his name. Who would know who Wayne Greenberg was then? You can't do this, honey. Naomi Watts looked incredible. Now she wanted to reach out to the man's neck and peel his face up to see if he was possessed by some strange alien. Is this still the greedy Jewish capitalist? I think you have to deal with this matter, otherwise there may be someone else in the future. What she was worried about was simple. She felt that, since she knew about it, if she chose to let it go, someone else would do this kind of thing in the future. Okay, let me tell you a little story, Naomi. Wayne took a big puff of his cigarette, and 2 lines of smoke came out of his nostrils. He first glanced at Gilmore on the other side of the table, and then began to say, in my core team, Schwartz, the casting director, can be said to have a lot of power. For several years, whenever the crew started the early preparations and entered the actor audition stage, he was in charge of the first 2 rounds of screening for less important roles. More than one person in the crew told me that Schwartz used his power to seduce those sweet-looking little actors, just like the legendary red sofa. What? Naomi Watts looked surprised, stretched out a white finger, and poked the forehead of the man next to her. Damn, what is the connection between these 2 things? Don't be impatient, listen to me, and you will understand. Rolling his eyes at the Australian actress, Wayne avoided her, and continued to tap his fingers. Although I have always known about this situation, I have never thought of talking to Schwartz. Do you know why? The main reason is that he always completes the work I ask him to do very well. No matter if he does something wrong, it never affects the work. Not only Naomi Watts was puzzled, but Gilmore was also surprised. Does this matter have anything to do with those who raised funds in his name? Seeing the reactions of the 2, Wayne shook his head helplessly. Okay, let me tell you one more thing. Nina has told me more than once that my accountant Colin Howard always gets some benefits when he leads the team to work with Warner Brothers. Note that he gets a little bit every time, not much, probably less than 3% of his salary, but Warner Brothers always has a tacit understanding with him. You have to understand that no matter who does what, if there is an extra motivation, it will only be good for the work, provided that it does not harm my income, and you have to allow similar situations to happen again and again. Hey. Naomi Watts and Gilmore looked at each other, and then they looked at Wayne and Nina, who were smiling. She raised her hands and said loudly, damn, what is the connection between these 3 things? The smiles of the 2 of you suddenly make me feel like a fool. Gilmore on the side nodded in agreement. He also felt puzzled, and felt that his IQ was seriously insulted. The assistant slapped her forehead, and under the gaze of the 2, she said, okay, let me explain to you. What the boss means is that you must allow others to do this without damaging our own interests, so that we can improve the quality of work and maintain better unity of the team. Of course, you can punish them for similar selfishness, but doing so is completely not worth the loss. In my and the boss's opinion, this is a good thing, as long as we know what they are doing and how they operate. It is a rare and great thing, because you can keep an eye on the same thing in the future. In that case, if these team members become greedy and want to get more by damaging the boss's interests in the future, we will receive feedback at the first time, because we have been keeping an eye on them. Okay, why did the boss say these 2 things? In fact, there is no difference in nature. The reason why they dare to do this is that, on the one hand, this is not a new thing in Hollywood, and few people will really pursue it. On the other hand, their company is too small. If we care about the time cost, we will only gain more if we put it elsewhere. But all this must be done without harming the interests of the boss. You see, why don't medium-sized or even big 6 companies dare to do this? Because once they do something similar, we will immediately go to them to ask for compensation, and the legal department of Warner Brothers will lie on the other party and suck blood until the last bit of profit is squeezed out. In fact, long ago, Nina had suggested that he replace Colin Howard, but Wayne always smiled and asked the assistant to keep a close eye on him. Perhaps this white skin and the 20 years of living, studying, and working here have made his way of doing things and thinking seriously westernized, but he still remembers a sentence that his father always said in his previous life very clearly, that is, you can't be the head of the family if you are not deaf or blind. In his heart, he always believes that the principles summed up by his ancestors for thousands of years are definitely more useful than using strict rules to lead the team. With the same way of thinking, Nina, whose IQ is obviously higher than that of normal people, can figure it out and understand it better with almost only one explanation from him. but in the eyes of Naomi Watson Gilmore, everything should follow the established rules, and they still feel a little confused even after the explanation. Chapter 447, One Good Thing, One Bad Thing. After this episode, Wayne resumed his intense work again, wanting to make more preparations before the launch conference of The Dark Knight. Once The Dark Knight is announced next week, he may not have time to quietly polish the storyboards and scripts. There will be more work waiting for him to deal with. Once all the core team members return, the film will immediately start the final preparations before shooting. Whether it is props, special effects, or the actors' pre-training and auditions, they are all the most troublesome things that involve people's energy. While preparing for shooting in the manor, he also has to occasionally pay attention to Jimmy's negotiations with 20th Century Fox. Compared with the previous few times, 20th Century Fox is obviously more sincere. However, negotiation is never an easy task. Both parties will constantly test each other's bottom line and then find various ways to gain a favorable position for themselves. This is far from as simple as Wayne's salary contract a few years ago. Now with his worth, every percentage point reduction or increase involves huge interests. Jimmy can be left to handle the negotiation work here, and Peter Jackson on the other side also needs him to comfort him from time to time. Facing the major series of Lord of the Rings, unless the other party can come up with a script that satisfies him completely, he will never rush to produce it with the copyright in hand. From the copyright of Lord of the Rings to The Matrix, as well as King Kong, Iron Man and Black Widow that remain on paper, these projects in his hands will be put into specific production one by one in the next few years. For Wayne, these things are not just about making money, but also an invisible bargaining chip. When the weight of Greenberg Studio becomes more and more important, it is the time to go all in. He has a long-term view of Warner Brothers and even Time Warner. No one knows better than him what crisis this world-renowned media group will experience after the turn of the century. Perhaps relying on the influence he has exerted over the years, he can avoid most of the bankrupt behaviors. But if he wants to prevent the deal that hurt Time Warner, I'm afraid that with his current power over the company, he is still a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If he wants to have the ability to influence the company's decision making in a tens of billions of dollars acquisition, the most fundamental way is undoubtedly to increase his holdings. Although Warner Brothers shares have been rising in the past 2 years, he has to use the funds in his hands to maintain the development of the projects in his hands, as well as the animation studio with a growing appetite, in addition to repaying the loan, and in order to avoid touching the sensitive nerves of some shareholders, he did not choose to continue to increase the acquisition of group shares. But all the preparations made now are to accumulate capital that can affect the overall situation once before a certain important time point arrives. At that time, even if some people do not want to see a situation where one company dominates, they will have to accept it with a pinch of their noses. Time is moving forward slowly. Just after mid-August, Wayne received 2 pieces of news at the same time, one good and one bad, which really made him laugh and cry, mixed with joy and sorrow. The producer he specially trained for him, Luke Simmons, who also graduated from USC, broke a leg while skiing while on vacation. He is likely to miss the project of The Dark Knight. No one wants such a helpless accident to happen, but this is life. In desperation, Wayne had to inform Warner Brothers in advance and let the company choose a senior producer to partner with him. The existence of a producer with excellent working ability can definitely release most of his energy and let him concentrate on filming without being distracted by all kinds of messy things. But if you meet a producer who is equally strong, or can't see the situation clearly, it will be annoying. Wayne never thought of serving as the first producer himself. It may be okay for a small crew to do this, but facing a large crew like The Dark Knight, one person's energy is simply not enough. The most basic work, such as constantly communicating with third-party insurance companies to ensure that the crew will not delay filming due to financial problems. Communicate with major unions in North America to ensure that the grassroots staff hired by the crew will not be affected by trivial matters. What is even more troublesome is dealing with major non-profit organizations in North America. Whether they are animal protection organizations or others, they are a group of troubles that make people feel headache when they see them. In fact, Tim Burton has always been the best candidate, but the reality is that as a famous Hollywood director, it is impossible for the other party to never produce his own works. Similar to Wayne, or these big directors have the same personality. It is okay to occasionally serve as a producer, but this is not their job. Bad news is indeed a bit annoying, but good news is also happy. After a family gathering, Julia chose to join Wayne's team and be responsible for the editing of The Dark Knight. With the same superb editing skills, he gave up working with Dwayne Scott for only one reason. That is, this commercial film editing master of Warner Brothers is very busy at work, and there are countless films waiting for him to do post-production work in the company. Julia is completely different. She can join the crew at the beginning of preparation. When the shooting starts, she can carefully observe and record Wayne's shooting requirements and effects, and even consider the convenience of post-production work in advance and communicate with the main camera team. In order to shorten the production cycle of the project, Wayne is ready this time. As soon as the shooting starts, he will build a nice film room on the set. With the help of Julia, he will do rough cutting while shooting, which will free up a lot of time for post-production. Regarding Wayne's personal treatment this time, Warner Brothers did not give Jimmy any room to play. The two sides quickly reached a consensus after knowing the bottom line. For example, the most basic personal salary and box office share, 20 plus 20, is no longer a question. This is the top salary that Hollywood can give now. Jimmy wanted to try to talk about the peripheral and full copyright share, but was stopped by Wayne. There are many reasons for this. At least for Warner Brothers now, this aspect is an absolutely untouchable private land and the key to the company's revenue guarantee. They would rather make concessions in other aspects than easily give this part of the share, unless they want the two sides to completely tear each other apart. Especially for the superhero series, everyone has seen the profitability of this series, and Warner Brothers is even less likely to let go. They would rather give up more benefits in other projects in cooperation with Greenberg Studios in the future, and they would never open this loophole. Another reason why Wayne stopped Jimmy was that he had promised Jeff Robinoff, who represented the board of directors, that he would never interfere in the DC comic adaptation series by any means, or in any way. In his opinion, this was the key to his long-term cooperation with Warner Brothers. If he did not want to break up for a momentary benefit, he had to show his attitude. Although Wayne's personal remuneration and work treatment had been given to the top in the circle, the senior management of Warner Brothers knew that this was actually the result of his active concession, so they also showed their sincerity in other aspects. Just one day before the launch conference of The Dark Knight, a special guest came to the manor. Naomi Watts chose to ignore Bella Grant's arrival. The other party came here for a serious job this time. She wanted to interview Wayne while he was busy, before he completely entered the busy work. As we all know, there are only two media that can get Wayne's exclusive interview when he is not running publicity. One is Time Warner's Time magazine, and the other is the Los Angeles Times, where Bella Grant is. She's cute, isn't she? When the two sat down in the living room, it seemed that Wayne was not the only one attracted by the figure of the woman opposite him. Little Fendi beside him also smiled at this strange aunt. Noticing the curious big eyes of the little guy, Bella Grant took out a recorder and said. Wayne's eyes did not leave the other's shirt, as if the mountain peaks would pop out at any time, and he proudly replied, "Of course, Fendi is the angel given to me by God. If I were you, I would not stare at another lady with such a vulgar look in front of my own children." The beautiful editor rolled her eyes and said to him unceremoniously, after waving to the housekeeper Hella and handing the child to her, he shamelessly said, "Shit, I'm just appreciating it. You know how much I like it. Okay, let's get started, otherwise I'm afraid that woman upstairs will not be able to help but run down and kill me." Bella Grant completely ignored his cheesing, turned on the recorder, and immediately entered her role, asking, "Director Greenberg, many fans have seen your speech at USC. Can you talk about why you gave your classmates such a suggestion?" "Okay." After thinking for a while, he answered, "In fact, every student who can enter USC with excellent grades is an absolute genius in my opinion, and has talents far beyond ordinary people in their respective fields. But before success, talent is almost no different from shit. Only when you achieve success that makes people look at you can you prove everything about you. So, the first thing you have to consider is to survive, and then endure the pain brought by learning. The reason why I gave such advice is to tell those children that, if you can't persist in working hard for your ideals, you don't deserve to succeed. This is his true thought. In fact, every successful person in the industry needs to go through such a process, whether long or short, and the most practical way is to endure and then work hard. He didn't remember where he heard a saying, when the tide recedes, it will be clear who is not wearing pants. Chapter 448. Even if I look at him once, I will be completely defeated. Facing the serious Wayne, especially when he was talking about success, Bella Grant, who knew him well, felt a strange and awkward feeling. However, one thing no one could deny was that under his sunny and handsome appearance, he might be a greedy Jewish capitalist or a slightly perverted paranoid, but in terms of movies, he was an absolute success guru. Wayne almost never concealed his complex personality from women, nor did he conceal his greed and lust. The complex personality charm plus the huge wealth brought by continuous success, this kind of bad mixed together, is often very fatal to attracting women. At this time, the beautiful editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Times was confused by his appearance. Just now, he was the shameless and obscene man who coveted her body with a vulgar look, but when he became serious, he turned into the confident film master. Bella? Finding that the beautiful editor-in-chief suddenly stopped asking questions, Wayne's mouth twitched slightly, and he stretched out a hand and knocked on the table twice. Hey, I don't have much time. If you have any questions, you'd better hurry up. Okay. Bella Grant shook her head, put away all the messy thoughts, and suddenly turned her big eyes and asked, Wayne, do you know? When your speech clips were reported by the media, it caused quite a lot of discussion. Some well-known film critics have said that many of the things you said are not in line with the actual situation. Students who have not yet graduated will be misled by you and embark on the wrong path. A successful person who has achieved great success will naturally cause more people to discuss his views. There have been many debates in the media recently. Some interview programs have even specially invited some film workers to repeatedly talk about Wayne's views and the methods he told students. A movie cannot be liked by everyone, let alone a living person. Some people praised his speech for being in line with reality, and naturally some people took a magnifying glass and kept picking out the shortcomings. The media is also very happy to see different opinions. Only when there is a debate will there be more topics. For those who say I'm misleading students, I just want to tell them one thing here. When hearing Bella Grant's question, Wayne's mouth corners slowly turned up, revealing a disdainful smile. Don't change it here, just publish my original words. I want to tell them that, if the ideas in their heads are right, then why don't they have what they want in their pockets? Okay, I will. Although it is a bit naked to say this, in such a highly commercialized society full of various capitals, the most intuitive way to prove whether you are right or wrong is the thickness of the US dollars in your pocket. This is the most realistic and intuitive way. Talking about spiritual achievements in a country composed of capitalists and capital is just shameless hooliganism. Recalling some different opinions that appeared when The Departed was being screened, Bella Grant asked directly without any hesitation, Wayne, your new film The Departed has a strong reputation. Even some fans who don't like the scale of the film will admit the quality of the film after watching it. But some well-known professionals have criticized the film more than once in authoritative media. Can you talk about how you view such situations? Also, do you agree with all the opinions expressed by the critics? Although no specific names were mentioned, the two people present knew that the well-known person representing the film profession was Roger Ebert, a Pulitzer Prize winner who lived in the suburbs of Chicago and contributed to the authoritative media Chicago Sun-Times. In the summer season dominated by box office or the theater market, you can certainly ignore the opinions of the leading film critic. But after leaving the frenzy of the summer season, it won't be long before the annual awards season in North America will begin. By then, it will be the home court of these people. Needless to say, they have a great influence on young audiences. From Star Wars to now, there have been countless cases that prove that the influence of that group on commercial films can be selectively ignored. Once the awards season comes, the situation will immediately reverse. If a movie wants to gain something from the Academy Awards, it has to consider professional reputation and ratings. In this regard, no one can ignore the role of this group. Opinion? No, of course I don't care what he said, and I never even cared. Wayne approached the recorder in the beautiful editor's hand and talked freely, but the smile on his face gave people a feeling of increasing ridicule. My point is very simple. First of all, Warner Brothers hired a professional third-party survey company to get the most accurate first-hand feedback from fans. If fans think the movie is really bad, so bad that they regret going to the theater to buy tickets, I will immediately apologize to the fans who trust me and reflect deeply. But the fact is just the opposite. My main target consumer group is relatively satisfied. Do I have to apologize and reflect for a few individuals other than tens of millions of fans? When Wayne was halfway through his speech, he found that the beautiful editor opposite him showed a hesitant look, obviously trying to stop him from continuing. Of course he knew why, but it didn't mean he cared. After a slight pause, he continued, "You ask me what I think of those criticisms, and whether I agree with some of the views. I can answer clearly that I have not read any similar reports. I would not care one bit about whether an outsider who only watches movies and talks big in newspapers praises or criticizes my work. In fact, I feel that I have completely lost if I just take a look at those nonsense reviews." Bella Grant suddenly turned off the recorder with a complicated expression as she looked at the man opposite her who was smoking a cigarette with big puffs. "I'll polish the interview manuscript when I get back. Shit, if this kind of statement gets out, the old man you said only talks nonsense in the newspaper will definitely contact a large group of colleagues to boycott your film when the awards season comes. Wayne, don't cause irreversible consequences for the sake of momentary pleasure. It's up to you. My personal suggestion is to send my original words out." Wayne waved his hand somewhat uninterestedly. In the following interview, Bella Grant tried to avoid the hot events of this period and began to talk about the second Batman movie that countless fans were looking forward to. The beautiful editor-in-chief would never have thought that the reason that made him fearless was very simple. Now it is the mid to late 1990s, and behind him is a media group that has not taken any crooked paths. Even if you look at the world, Warner is also one of the top 3 media groups. If the old man dares to make trouble during the awards season, Warner behind him has plenty of ways to shut him up. It didn't take long for the two to end the interview. As the scorching sun of the City of Angels fell, the day ended just like that. When Wayne arrived at the Warner Brothers building in Burbank early the next morning in a formal suit to prepare for today's media meeting and the crew preparatory meeting, his interview yesterday was also placed in front of an old man. As people age, their sleep time will inevitably decrease. At this time, in a luxurious villa restaurant outside Chicago, Roger Ebert, who had woken up early, was enjoying breakfast while constantly flipping through newspapers to check various news happening in North America. Then why don't they have what they want in their pockets? Of course I don't care what he said, and I never even cared about it. I think I've completely lost, even if I take a look at those nonsense film reviews. Roger Ebert, who was wearing pajamas and aristocratic style, suddenly turned blue in the face, and the half-bitten sandwich in his hand was angrily thrown back to the plate on the table. Although he knew the reason why he kept criticizing The Departed, he still couldn't help but feel incredible when he saw the interview with Wayne in the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times. Although the entire interview was polished by Bella Grant, some of the answers were directed at whom even ordinary movie fans could probably guess. These were what surprised Roger Ebert. He had never expected that Wayne, who was full of ambitions for the Oscars, would dare to say these things in an authoritative media. With the huge sales of the Los Angeles Times, as long as he thought that countless people would see this interview and then laugh at him, his eyes seemed to be dark. Since winning the Pulitzer Prize, he has always regarded himself as a leader among film critics and a guide in the film industry, and he has never been ridiculed like this in an authoritative media. Just looking at the words that Wayne answered, the subtext clearly said that he was an outsider. He could not care about other things at all, but he could never accept being ridiculed as an outsider who did not understand movies at all. This world has always been like this. Some people will really determine their status After being praised too much, and for a long time, feeling ashamed and angry, Roger Ebert chose to forget how the luxurious villa he was in came from, and also chose to forget how the large amount of US dollars in his bank account came from. He even completely ignored that he wanted to get a favor from Michael Ovitz, so he criticized The Departed in an unconventional way. Roger, bad news, too. Just as Roger Ebert threw down the newspaper in his hand and kept thinking about how to make Wayne pay the price, his agent, led by the butler, walked into the restaurant. Without waiting for a polite greeting, he found that his client was unhappy when he spoke. Chapter 449 Keep Your Hands Under Control. As Roger Ebert's agent, Lloyd Connor knows his client very well. Behind his seemingly gentle and elegant round glasses is a dirty soul that is no different from that of a capitalist. At this moment, the great film critic in the hearts of movie fans looked extremely ugly. From his buck teeth, one can see how angry he is. Lloyd, what happened? Like a girl whose privacy was exposed, Roger Ebert asked, while casually tidying up the newspaper he had just read with one hand, covering the Los Angeles Times underneath. Just now, I received 2 calls. The agent seemed not to see the other party's actions and sat across the table, his tone full of helplessness. The head of CBS TV and the producer of the program just called me. As the person who knows this Pulitzer Prize winner best, he slowly narrated, while constantly observing the other party's face. He knew that the news he brought might make the other party explode again, but he had to say it. They asked me to inform you that they don't want to see you criticizing The Departed in any public media again. They also warned us that if something like this happens again, they will consider canceling your and Gene Siskel's program Siskel and Ebert Film Review. After saying this, he looked at his client nervously. Unexpectedly, the other party did not show any signs of an outburst. Instead, he leaned back in his chair with a calm face, crossed his hands on the dining table, and looked straight at him. What's the reason? Roger Ebert's brain was spinning rapidly at this time, thinking about what CBS meant by doing this. The agent shrugged and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The head and producer of CBS TV told me that they have received more than 2,000 letters of protest from major cities across North America in the past few days. Those ordinary fans hope that you will stop making those untrue statements and publicly apologize to Wayne Greenberg in the newspaper. It can be said that this kind of weird thing is the first time that the great Roger Ebert has happened. The leader of the film critic group deeply felt a chilling malice. In other words, Wayne may not know about this himself, otherwise, he will definitely feel a bad taste, and maybe he will want to meet the Pulitzer Prize winner and ask him in person what it feels like to be the first to be cyberbullied by the vast number of stupid netizens in the mid to late 1990s. Hearing this, Roger Ebert picked up the already cold milk, drank 2 sips, and asked with trembling lips, "Are you sure those letters really exist?" "I can be sure." Agent Lloyd nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then continued, "However, I suspect that the reason for CBS to warn us should not be just those protest letters. The TV station has received protest letters for a long time. If they would warn us because of these, they would not wait until now. Roger, your program has always had very good ratings. Chicago, this city is the most famous windy city in Illinois. Compared with Springfield, the capital of Illinois, both the economy and heavy industry here are much better. Another very important point is that Chicago can be said to be the 3rd media capital in North America, except for Burbank, Los Angeles, and New York. A TV station under CBS is located here. This TV station has a long-established star program called Siskel and Ebert Film Review. The ratings of this program are very stable. It is not a hit, but it has always had a large fixed audience. In Wayne's previous life, this program was more like an evergreen. After the death of Roger Ebert's partner Gene Siskel, the program was renamed Albert and Rope and Movies in cooperation with the famous columnist Richard Rope. I think I can probably guess some of the main reasons of CBS. The agent's upper body suddenly relaxed, as if a force suddenly leaked out. After leaning back in the chair, he continued, "Just after I hung up the call from CBS, I received another warning call from Kevin Tsujihara's secretary in the office of the CEO of Time Warner. maybe they can still ignore the warning from CBS TV station by relying on the relationship accumulated over the years and the ratings of TV programs, but Time Warner is definitely different. It is a media group ranked in the top 3 in the world. If nothing unexpected happens, it will temporarily become the world's #1 after the remaining 2 months of 1996. It stands to reason that such a trivial matter is not worth the CEO of media group to speak up in person. Although it is a bit hurtful to say so, the fact is that the two sides are not at the same level at all. What did the CEO of Time Warner say? When Roger Ebert heard the agent talking about the second call, his face first turned red, then quickly calmed down. With a self-deprecating tone, he asked, "Tell me, is there anything worse than this?" Kevin Tsujihara's secretary only said one sentence. The agent paused, and finally said, "He warned you to control your hands." Roger Ebert nodded, thinking that this was right. It was likely that Time Warner, the increasingly inflated and frightening media giant, had given CBS a heads up. Otherwise, with the connections he had built for many years, the other party would not have directly torn his face and given a warning. In fact, there were some things that the agent did not say in full because he cared about the other party's only face. Now it is the 1990s. Although he has always been reluctant to admit it, the fact is that the influence of his clients began to slowly decline as early as the previous 2 years. When production companies discovered that film critics had little influence in the summer season, it was destined that this group would slowly lose their voice in the future. He certainly knew why his client was attacking Wayne Greenberg, because Roger Ebert also realized that if he lost the CBS TV station he depended on for survival, he could still keep the good program Watching Movies with Albert under Disney. The current head of Disney is Michael Ovitz, who is willing to do him a favor. Although the current position of the head of Disney is precarious, and he has torn his face with his childhood friend, Disney Emperor Michael Eisner, he is the nominal CEO of Disney after all, and it is impossible for him to have an accident easily. If there really is a day when the influence of film critics is reduced to the point of being dispensable, and if he loses 2 TV programs that he depends on for survival, Roger Ebert's film review column on the Chicago Sun-Times will probably become a joke. In fact, Roger Ebert and his agent have imagined that professional film critics may really be marginalized in the near future. Just look at his long-winded criticism of The Departed now, which has not affected many viewers. This is the most obvious example. This situation would never have happened 5 or 6 years ago. No, this situation must not happen. Suddenly, Agent Lloyd heard his client mumbling in a hoarse and low voice. Before he could think about how to comfort him, he saw Roger Ebert, who was sitting opposite the table, suddenly fall under the table. The accident came so suddenly that Lloyd was stunned and stared at the client with a flushed face. "Shit. Roger, what's wrong with you? Hello, is there anyone? Damn it, help me, call 911. Perhaps he had received too much stimulation this morning, or perhaps Roger Ebert's body had a hidden illness. Under the continuous mental blows, he fainted before he could catch his breath. An ambulance quickly arrived at the villa outside Chicago and hurried to the hospital. Facing the busy medical staff, Lloyd felt that his spirit had been tortured to the limit. But this is far from the worst. He sat in the rest area of the hospital waiting for the result, thinking about whether to call Warner Brothers to find a way to ease the relationship between the two parties, and at the same time he was worried about how to convince his client to do so. Everyone in this circle understands the rule, that is, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. It seems to be a very simple truth, but it is very difficult to apply it to his hypocritical client, who values face more than life. Even a full note that you should not go against the Capital Group, otherwise the ending will usually be unbearable to watch. After years of struggle, Roger Ebert has been sucking blood from the film companies. He may be a rich man in the eyes of ordinary people, but it depends on who you compare with. When those big capitals think that you have touched their interests and choose to turn against you, you will instantly feel like a pauper. However, all his worries vanished after the doctor informed him of the test results. Thyroid cancer is a terrible term. Although it is not as fast as cell cancer and blood cancer in harvesting lives, once you are infected with cancer, even if you have money power, your life will inevitably enter the countdown. Agent Lloyd understands that his clients may put aside all their concerns now. No one can say what will happen in the future. Who knows what crazy ideas his clients will have after their lives enter the countdown. Unlike the gloomy clouds in the Chicago Medical Center, in Burbank, another media capital, all media outlets came out early in the morning, as if attracted by an invisible magnet, and began to pour into the Warner Brothers building. Crowds began to enter the building at 8 o'clock in the morning. What disappointed some reporters was that there were too many media or reporters present, and the Warner Brothers staff strictly controlled the number of people who could enter the press conference venue. If the company behind it was not big, it might even be blocked from the door. The second Batman movie has caught the attention of countless people. No media outlet wants to miss this news that is bound to be a big hit. Movie fans across North America and even the world are eagerly waiting to get more information about the film. No media outlet wants to miss this grand event. Chapter 450 DC superheroes will not appear alone on the big screen. There are about 20 minutes left before the media meeting officially begins. After 2 knocks on the door of the office on the 8th floor of the Warner Brothers building, John Gray walked in and said to the people sitting in the lounge area, "My God. The large conference room on the 7th floor has been occupied by those media reporters, and now there are people rushing to the entrance of the building." His voice was full of excitement. Every time Warner Brothers announces a major production, there will be no lack of media attention, but it is still too rare for all the media, big and small, to spontaneously join in the fun like today. John Gray had just learned from the staff that it was not just some well-known authoritative media that came, but even some gossip tabloids wanted to get in and get first-hand information about the second Batman movie. Aha, Charles, get ready to face the spotlight. After John Gray sat down, Jeff Robinoff put down the big cigar in his hand and looked at the middle-aged white man next to him. "I hope too much attention won't bring you too much work pressure." "No, I will do all the work well." Charles Roven is a senior producer of Warner Brothers. He knows better than anyone what this cooperation with Wayne means. There has been a saying in the circle that, even if a dog is tied to Wayne, it will follow his footsteps and achieve success, which shows how much people admire Wayne in film projects. But for Charles Roven, choosing to cooperate with Wayne and become the producer of his leading project also means a lot of risk. Basically, all the work will be put under the magnifying glass by the media. If the film is still a huge success in the end, then everything will be fine. If the film's final performance is not ideal, the first person to be responsible for the failure of the project will be the producer of the project. Even if this producer has almost no decision-making power in this project, he will definitely be regarded as a scapegoat by Warner Brothers. Otherwise, will anyone dare to condemn the great Wayne Greenberg? Charles Roven still had some concerns after taking a hidden look at the young man sitting opposite him, closing his eyes and savoring the cigar. After all, in all the rumors, this young big boss in the circle is definitely a dark madman who is greedy, lustful, moody, and even likes to abuse female stars. They had never met before. If it wasn't for the fact that cooperating with the other party could speed up his success, he would not be willing to cooperate with a big director who was rumored to be very difficult to contact. In fact, the reason that moved him was entirely Bruce Rosenblum's persuasion. "Charles, based on my decades of experience in this circle, choice is more important than hard work. And who you walk with is more important than the destination. Believe me, although you will lose the initiative of the project by cooperating with Wayne, you will get much more than you think you will lose." Charles Roven was originally the most talented producer among Warner Brothers, and he was able to put down all his arrogance entirely because of the achievements of the other party. The truth is very simple. People with real skills, no matter what industry they are in, will be more likely to gain blind trust. "Wayne, this morning." Jeff Robinoff raised his wrist, glanced at the time, and said to Wayne, who was leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed enjoying a cigar, "Early this morning, the company has warned CBS TV to keep Roger Rabbit's mouth shut. You can rest assured that he will never cause any obstacles to the departed after the award season arrives." The young man on the opposite side nodded and obviously did not want to express any opinion on this matter. From now until May or June next year, it is the most important time for The Dark Knight. Warner Brothers does not allow or want to see anything that may affect Wayne's work. The marketing department of Warner Brothers has already made an estimate of how much revenue this series can bring. The total revenue involved is really too large. It can be said that whoever dares to affect the work of the young man on the opposite side at this time, Warner Brothers and Time Warner will not hesitate to pounce on and tear the other party apart. For our cooperation. For success. Wayne opened his eyes with a smile, picked up the coffee on the coffee table, and gestured to Charles Roven, who seemed a little unfamiliar, and also gestured to the CEO of Warner Brothers, as if he had a glass of champagne in his hand, and drank it first. The other two old men looked at each other, smiled at the same time, picked up their coffee cups, and drank it in one breath. Both of them understood that, although Wayne seemed to be talking to Charles Roven, he was actually also talking to Jeff Robinoff. Regardless of whether Warner Brothers had informed him before warning CBS, he was willing to accept this small favor. Putting down the coffee cup in his hand, Wayne stood up and began to tidy up his suit, preparing to go downstairs to attend the project launch conference. Although it was impossible to reveal too much about the film to reporters due to the need to keep the plot confidential, this was the first time that The Dark Knight appeared in the media, and he certainly hoped that the popularity would be as high as possible. As for Jeff Robinoff and others warning to the Chicago man, he would certainly think it was justified. Maybe Wayne didn't understand the overly profound business philosophy, but he was very clear about one thing, that is, everyone should make money, no matter how mature he is now. He would not be popular anywhere if he only eats alone. This was also one of the reasons why he was willing to give up intervening in DC. He just took a small step back, which seemed to be a loss, but it could bring him more needed benefits. After testing the market with Joker and Batman Begins, Warner Brothers can tell you clearly that Batman, The Dark Knight will become a new era of DC superheroes, and will be of vital importance, and will usher in the future. 15 minutes later, Wayne, Charles Roven and Bruce Rosenblum sat down at the long table in front of the huge conference room. In front of them were reporters from various media outlets. As the flashing lights continued to flash, the head of distribution at Warner Brothers spoke into the microphone. "I know that fans across North America and even the world are looking forward to meeting Batman. Warner Brothers can promise the fans here that this movie will never disappoint them. Due to the provisions of the confidentiality regulations, I cannot reveal more information about the film now, but I can tell you that the investment in this film is no less than $160 million US. $160 million US in production cost. This is a superhero movie with a production cost of $160 million US. As soon as Bruce Rosenblum finished speaking, a buzzing storm of discussion immediately set off in the temporary press room. The reporters on the scene were very surprised. The production cost was really too terrifying. Friends, this is just the beginning of the DC comic adaptation series. When the discussion on the scene gradually subsided, Bruce Rosenblum once again threw a bombshell into the microphone. Warner Brothers promises that it will shoot and produce more comic adaptation superhero movies in the next few years, and the investment in each movie will not be lower than this Batman, The Dark Knight. Just as he said at the beginning, Warner Brothers has seen too much from Joker and Batman on Clinic in the early stage. The two movies have made a test and summary of the market. In the future, the DC comic adaptation series will inevitably speed up the shooting speed and investment amount. Perhaps in the eyes of the media on the scene and other companies in the industry, this is like a gamble. The production cost of nearly $200 million US will immediately make Warner Brothers' working capital stretched if something unexpected happens to the project. Anyone who works in the film industry knows that the money invested in a film is too slow to be recovered. It is always calculated in years. Even at the fastest speed, it will take at least more than a year to see the return of money. The slightly larger production companies are very good at using the financing method of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. The main purpose is to share risks and avoid financial crises that affect the company's operations. But this series is different. Even if Warner Brothers is stupid, it will not use financing methods to shoot Wayne's superheroes. In order to avoid this series with too much profit, there will be disputes after the film is released, and it will inevitably use its own company's working capital. But even if it is a media group, how much working capital can it have in billions? In fact, if Wayne really messes up this time, it will definitely not hurt Warner Brothers, but it will definitely affect many other projects within the company. Hello, Director Greenberg. After Bruce Rosenblum's brief introduction, before the staff on the scene hosted the roll call, a white female reporter squeezed in front immediately cast her eyes on Wayne sitting in the middle. I'm Jessica from the Los Angeles Times. As I just said, this Batman, The Dark Knight is an important work that connects the past and the future and is very important to the DC comic film series. Excuse me, does this mean that after the Batman trilogy, other DC superhero movies do not exist independently? In the traditional concept of Hollywood, a hit movie must continue to shoot sequels to continue to make money. Because of the huge fans and popularity accumulated by the first successful movie, the second and third movies will not lack box office, even if they are not satisfactory. And the most commonly used method in similar sequels is the trilogy. Now the situation has changed a little. From Bruce Rosenblum's explanation just now, all the reporters at the scene smelled a hint of something unusual. Ahem. Wayne coughed twice into the microphone, and the scene immediately became silent, and everyone was waiting for his definite answer. That's right, DC comic superheroes, if nothing unexpected happens, will never appear on the big screen as independent films. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.